rawat maki Cornelia.
Para makan dari Kuraba.
Cultural dance to everyone from other states.
Learn more about my culture and how to teach my children in the future about my culture.
To experience how it was back then in Madi culture. To pass down the knowledge of our history to other people so that it doesn't die.
So now, all right, I'm just going to put people on the spot, all right? I'm from Queensland. But I moved around a little bit. I've seen a few people in the United States. So if I may, and if you feel comfortable, please stand, say your name, where you're from. If you're Madi, yes, Madi. If not, then please let us know where you're from so we can.
I would get it from my life. I'd like to find everything.
My name is George. I'm from Melbourne. Yeah, my name's James. I'm from Melbourne.
So you're Melbourne.
Maruaro Willie, Maitisi and Iligo, Masam Damas.
Ewa manda ni maralaka mandu ni kolini ena manba joni maralia mazamba Brisbane gare lakini darden sima duma resident Adelaide mana refugees but they still the home is here.
Mabeti gale I'm from Brisbane.
Mario Alfonso and I'm Madi.
I'm Jane Edwards and I'm Madi.
Masih ada maka malu bisa manuali bisa dasar.
My name's Olivia. I'm from Brisbane.
Maru Kisi, Eiman Butire and Mega America Pasi. Maru Judy, Mama Dengo, my business.
My name's Daniela and I'm from Brisbane.
Mazia Chidunaka. Marusi Adunga Silva. Bukan the one who marah marah orang Chama. Ya ini ma I Northern Territory. So my Northern Territory my Queensland. My job.
Anzo karako mu malokogai bader bati tokwichido Rusia ni mungwe Alfred Tabano zi ma ego Queensland gasi Brisbane dia do Madi culture di karani culture di ani region dia manzo pos
Anga pose maru Rebecca David manga Sydney gase anjo pose
Anza pasimasi ani chidula kana. Anza ang bugo terima kaya ba Brisbane garne. Anyama ikasi. Maruni adingo ya esta keji. Ma Madi disiboa. Menga Melbourne gase. Anza
My name is Joy and I'm from Madi and Bari, from Melbourne.
I'm Linda from Brisbane.
My name is Noah. I'm from Melbourne and I'm Madi.
My name is Maxwell. I'm from Melbourne and I'm Madi.
My name is Angela and I'm from Sydney. My name is Matuba. I'm from Brisbane. My name is Chinese. I'm from Sydney.
I'm Kelly from Brisbane.
My name is Rita Wallace from Adelaide.
My name is Blessing from Brisbane.
My name is Nicole from Adelaide.
My name is Priscilla from Tasmania.
Hello everybody. Hello. My name is Sia and I'm from Samoa.
From Newcastle.
Hi, my name is Sharon and I'm from Sydney.
Now, we're going to have to keep going. What will just happen now is we'll welcome our community chairperson to give us an opening speech. Right now, please welcome Chairperson John Opie.
Maru John Buchiri, OPA, President of Madi Community Association, Queensland Garidi. Alone, Mare Majua Yene, Anya Irura, Queensland Ga. Anyangaka state and where I got say, Mare Manibenga Kangwesere, Adia Didioru. People from interstate. Okay, and John was it. Join almost half from interstate. But you are already Kakiafo, Malamajua on behalf of the people of Queensland, Amadi Queensland Gadiara, Yandekarane, Udia Ache, no say Anisienga, Weregase, Tasmania Gase. I think Melbourne is this west this ache. So I'm a diara. Number in it, ado acknowledgement to our elders and leaders. Alone male acknowledge ba yito ba tadido kare. Lemo of Madi Karamudo Dinere, Ojoni founders, MCCADA, so Male Mark Knowledge A nos is Tibani Agadia, Lakinos is Tibani Agadia Yo, Queensland Gadia, founders Labor TIA, Alone is good, Kekwi Diado, Paul Bilale is one of the founders, MCCADA. Madizi, dia Anisa founder and John Komae. John Komane su endo kalo ba ito kalo dia bato lakini anda Rosie zianya Germany so ongompe bado majua yene mazi anyilaka esusa de kesu ani dia re ba knowledge kani okorere ni dia ni adisuko taido kani nyesu okorere. So badoba anyito do taido ngone kola tesera ba ani the same like yenya birthday ide odu nyitijo nai odu no important so and no sare for the odu kinya tu deri wala roiko adu MCC DA. So ba founders liberty the interstate game monitor, we acknowledge them. Ongoro elders badi Madi Agarito, we acknowledge them. In particular, Madi community leaders. Madi community leaders from interstate IC. Donyanya community leaders represent Donyicha personally. Executive ga in the Madi Dioru, Manderoga interstate gas leaders. Okay. Oguga me ado Madialo, New South Wales. We got a representative leader from New South Wales. Sazikaro Kelakara, Kemuka Izira. So Malema acknowledge all the leaders of Ado Madi communities in Australia. Ariskolemu anito adire modi nere karemu ane badia mori. So mando ayokose mori idea ya taledi se. Community leaders ga bazi mark knowledge idea ndore baendo odu ole kosa bunyi otaro pa idiga an umbrella community badidiare MCCA leadership ani kemu kata yosa zigara anda team sa diado dia ani John Agalae ani ore andagade sa zikaro kelakara. So mala man joke leaders aitwane adisco duendo de jo isiko ongoro founders iko ba yeto madindu to Australia ga adoro taria kwe. So ndo kwase ainyote ndo otarori ado shai otarori ani Madi National Convention lemo Madi angugodo Australia gare Madi kwado Australia gare kakiremo endodia topic bade alizoa ria inikiri alone alitaizo MCCA ni dilega diba nyeto MCCA ni adi ba kolo ka baisa beta ningoni namberi ni adi rizo topic na munduti siyama discussion of my the yani adota ta madi kosa abi ebeni abibadi endo wadurungwe madini abibadi ebeta zibani evo ataga atabaji ebeta zibani ni yadungwe madi ole kosa abi ebeni. So topic bani discussion gare ani abi ebeni ledi lazini bani anyitore endoba diaspora ga ba Madi ni bugako di ba anyito generation alwe riavuga tazi Madi rekolo aya aninga nyabi ebenyine nyata ebenyine dia nyile nyebe anyangwa ni waya nyangwa ngwani anisha kumkesuara ya. So de laziba anyito adi zoa discussion badi yole convention diriga disido du itu to ne ndo balaka de ani opererese oza wodu asike ridi sawazara male majua nyenere kende ba Madire ane adisko diaro dia ba elder sa mande use saa mande ongoro ba chiri dilegari saa. That mean kite dia lemo badide ani pelere dako adose ko lemo de joba nyito ezoro taba ezole diare ezo asi endo joka dia ko taba ezole diare resolution na ojiandaga Madi community badi ade chwara kole alemuri ado lemuri avuga ba nyito resolution goals topic adi discuss ya dibati di kole ya koloa dodo joizo lezo kora bani goal alota bani goal balena no se adi we stay leaders dibati to okay adi ba practice gawa goal la achieve de kinyamudi to usai oli do kinyamia lo sai goal dibati ada achieve wa jo taleba tu baguru onguri follow bakidewa anyinde butukare anyidu bo Africa gara anyidu bodiare to inde bo Africa gara ni yidu bo ba nyito Sudan di Uganda di do nyinde ni Kenya ere mudina mudisi ya bogade bona tuere ndadi ne koro yidu bo zibati angwere Kenya ojone mudiri mudina de aninga isuwali ayungwe third world country lakini Kenya mudina boga ionu male majua yene anye madere jole tu Madi community kole apalu goals ko ade low level alo rega Kenya mudina Kenya mudito boga sai ade low level alo rega lakini joba goals ra adi works di goals di ade achieve ya ade chalaka ya Yesua community badi kaito adi school goals tazia ba nyito oba ndagara adi achieve ongul goals de ba korama kole amba ko lo tempo adi kutazibadi community gare okay amba kole akide tari anyi jomo buga yo mata elewa Madi dore anyi mami dore anyi anya ta lo sori ndewa ta lo sori anyi rawa ta lo sori anyi dia bani community ni wa so tale bati job andaga Madi community ni kinyamudira boga ende dia ne ko so di male bajua ini so discussion badi di okora goals follow up and then kinya ina boga iki review di and what harola ka es Madi di tadi goals na di achieve ya dia achieve so male majua dia dore convention badi de dia do awirura ma iya ye twadora ando ko se te majidora ne ma do no be
Now, in a brief summary, what he just said was he acknowledged everyone being here, all the elders, the all community leaders from interstate that were able to make to this forum. Thank you so much. He would like us to step behind him and have objective that we can actually reach, go through and achieve the goal that we set for our communities. Now, with that, he declared our forum open tonight.
Okay, Mazenye naka continue what Yesu Kristo kise. Anja pase odwendori mandando anyenga kangwesi ebuka odudi ihonaka. Mani ote Madi ala sad is very busy. Taidere yado. Chekolo Madi gara nyanyu roka buite kalipa kaka kasani ready abake bu kinyani to korega migeni ya Madi ala ne bidere suwa anja ki adebe wa meeting nira anya vokani dia dede ani tede ani le Madi no so ata bora ndaga ko akilegi ki amata okiro babudi amanzole tuto ko bingi nyinopi runyidi kolwe ture tado batiri nyidi nyabele kaki ya yungwe maderesi opi odu endore piko mundi odu opo diduzire amake podo nya didopi program ami dadiari podo api amake anya diga tazibata mizu wadiari amamori akonya maretire kalaka sini dadu mambara nyanda ga isa manya rungwelele masama Madi ezibipire kiopi nyemu amadi asiegwesi nyeje makareno lugasi bazienga Sydney bazienga engo opi nyeje ekwetido kataruki uni alo le Madi di nitederega karaluga nyolu amato ni sa Madi royata zimu litisa koluyo opi Amadi nti amafunzi toluka sadi si adisolu kinu letimi kakevre sanje dua ya pene niemi dodo takpodo amide ndori amide karaluga o lozo amezo aresa opi korodo amezo karaluga dodo amavu Amadi dina sengoni amadadu dini amakevu ga opi kevu agadi asisai amani utinya amatane mbanye nyebe amani muri kwa Madira amani zi ruwa ngwapi Yesu Kristo dise. Amen. Okay, Madi is Madi to say.
So speaking Madi.
The Madi is si eri Madi ni tiko na a onziko aresa konya arunas. So, and what there is heritage and marriage traditions.
That's the topic we'll be talking about today. So that is just part of Madi land in the picture of that.
Nice side, Madi Uganda Galilesi Kikatande Sudani Madi Digare.
Looking from this end, the forefront is the Madi land in the part of Uganda, towards the part of Sudan, on the back of that mountain.
Ama Madi Rubaga, blessed bara.
So we are Madi people, we are blessed.
Male Monditiri, young people should see the horizon of how beautiful our land is.
That looks like Jerusalem that we are all getting ready for.
Beautiful.
And I feel it. When it comes to the culture of Madi people, the traditions and all the dances and everything else that goes with it, we're roosters. Are we all aware of what roosters are? For the young people, why do we take roosters very important? Why do we describe ourselves as that? She's not going to speak by herself, but she would like people to participate. Why do we use rooster? What does that emblem mean to us?
Madi katari diseri a ulogo kasira so okoruku te ere ko wina ena yes was around that time.
So that symbolizes leadership.
So
for you young women and men of Madi, you always have to be awake, and that's why roosters wake people up in the morning. We don't get to experience it in Australia because we don't keep What is that instrument? What is that instrument? Young people, what is it? Someone says, I'm Odi.
Odi, yes. Odi na isu tebe konwa do male isu mama dina se ti ko pa ni nda toto. Na e umwa Odi.
Odi.
Dia zika na lo umwa do.
The one on the left side.
Ara yo mi to diga na ni na.
Would
Kereku.
There are two names given, Kirikuru and Kirikiri. So there is perception that it might have originated from another tribe.
Yes, that is the Adoka noise he make Kirikiri, and that is how about Daruna Adunga Kirikiri. So, there is a Canalado.
What about the one with handle?
Larry. Kagere. So, Larry, and Ranin Dara, the Abaka to the other Larry, Madi or Larindo, Kagere top. There is a guy and
what about that picture underneath the rooster? What is it? Yeah, unfortunately.
So that is Madi believes and Madi can respect their opposite. As I go, say still they believe in that, or you can answer in the pambo. Okay? Yeah. Abasifa. Moyo.
Okay, Male. Okay. Male, in time, I'm not going to let I come out.
He would like to add a little bit to what I was going to say. First of all, on rooster. The explanation for the rooster was clear. It's alertness. It wakes people up. So when you hear rooster crow, that means it's gone. And so soldiers also lay ambushes around dawn. So so if you're a Madi person, you always need to be awake by dawn. The picture underneath the rooster is called that name. I'm sorry, doesn't translate. Okay, it represents Jesus.
Which means
so the meaning to that is that Jesus Christ once crossed the land of Madi, and there is his footsteps. So that footstep there resembles Jesus. Madi, let's be rejoicing. Go yourself past our land.
So Tazika Oru Naina Nai Kendema Aniado Ndiri Zinana Batiado.
The top left are instruments that Madi people use.
So Zinana Ado ili Gomadi and Yorobida Mata Madini ili Nani Lakini ili Gagari ili Ukode.
The long one is actually short, and then the one in the group is a percussion, usually worn around our ankles.
So, Gira?
Next slide.
So, Madi, Ani Adobaya.
So, who are Madi people and where do they actually live?
So, I lady may do a internet gassy. Nayo Sisa Uruna, Massy Michael Runa, and also Madi women, but Tadana.
So, the source of these photos are on the internet. But those are our forefathers fought it from way back. We don't know how long ago it was.
It was
1800s. So to the left is a Madi man.
And typical Madizi.
See, actually, that's kind of hairstyle of typically what our women used to wear. So what the women are wearing?
Hula.
The women are wearing sort of clothing called hula.
Hula lady, adi mada ojo adi zinare lione e badi piao yala adi du adi yandaga ole gumbere. So gumbere ole de ku adi kwe duwa adi kwe na mba kwe ripi. Adi kwe na mba ripi do yala bako duwa ko ea nani. So the dadiri nye dia dini ko mo gugalele na e madini ongo na tae ukwe yokuke tae dedore.
She was describing how that clothing was made. It's out of tree bark, which takes a bit of time to be made, but once it's done, then the women can actually cover up themselves with it.
From that generation, that generation, the body eta of ina karosoloki lady.
So as you can see, there's been quite significant change from who we were back then to the bottom left photo that you can see there.
Okay. So bordering ba nyito ba madidi anzuru we see. Ki madi anzuru na ole ba eko. Okoma to ngwele British of madi vudigana of oliki vudi komudini so agabani eri ba nyito madidi surubadi zinesua Uganda zinesua South Sudan.
Historically, we were one people. During colonialization, when the British went to Uganda, they went and separated us through the border of Uganda and Sudan at a time. And so now you find our people north of Uganda into South Sudan, and then part of northern Uganda.
So Madi anturu suru si adungwa suru bakugwa English kugwa
clanship.
Suru clan.
Yeah. So Madi people have divided into clans.
Male mande di ba clan ni at least riotarare ole su at least suri ani kojomani.
So there are typically 4 very important clans. All right, if you can, it's a challenge now. If you could, please mention 4 Madi clans that you know. That's the place? Yeah.
Technology,
If you know 4 Madi clans, let us know.
25.
Let me try to help answer Aneta here. Does anyone know what Aneta's clan is? Not the husband, because the husband must know. Right? Not the son must know. Anyone knows what her clan is? Okay? So we have locally, if you give us locally, what else? Spaghetti. Mugi. Padombe.
Paloi.
Urugu. Okay.
So Madini.
Anira, Madini sushi. Nira?
Adio nira ni Madini surusi Lady Tamazima Manga se tebe derura before me te presentation de kokore.
I think we have 2 hands. Like in 62.
Mare che sa cindere. Che filia do takoro. Ah? Filia ne e pina pelerina do takoro.
Oh, la che è tu bali che suona.
Chi adesso ciao le mani su clearness lady te Madi South Sudan ko Madi Uganda gare ko almost muna direct dia India sia
Okay.
Still ali ama
Alright, so Uncle Silva is doing some research. So far, in combination of South and North Uganda Madi people, they've got about 80. And it's not conclusive yet, so it might be more than that.
So, Madi di Sura so be, ada buat di Bolivia. So, Madi border, ani tore, Yesua Cholito, that's why they are lawyer do, Barito, Kukuto. So, lady Madini or Sebadi Bara, Badi Bara, Zebru, Uganda Galile, no Skobu, Nza.
So, our neighbors, you'll find actually Bari and Kuku.
Gira. Down Error any Ebunado. Madi are free. I don't error free. And it's storage. And it's Nado.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Once again, you connect to that page
and the storage to preserve food. Okay. Error zinari ungwado adu where bank.
And then pause the link.
Living next one. That is where Madi, you know, you Madi Guado and man off with what?
Oh, cool. Forward it to you.
Madi, and man associated with what? Dignity and that is where you can find it from error letting it bank. Lakini because Madini dignity say, Madini integrity say, muftala kayoba. Lakini rupia na ba aruna. Madi say emudu aruko. That is how Madi are. Anyerira monjidi are ya anyeri. Eroko do akolo angwena dina so bekoro, dina seti koro. Ben dianiko lakini Madizi emu Madizi nitadure ro agasiko. That is integrity, and that is what is called Madi. The Madi can identify as Madi. Ero otuko nidiko. Ongo Madi odi arosi odi la fosse. Tatoka si kejua denosi baramo tiudi adi na tina pe. Okukara mo kararoka. Kaki gua kaki la tulendele mo delo adu wea zidaro ba pepa ole zidare kwa isi para diuka ole wea zidaro ilima Yesu ezina wea do. Then after 1 month imbano amo isi na dio kuchoka isi tina ko muna no sikaila kaita kuitika ti kola kino ko ruita na. That is also integrity. Nindero. Then the one easy day after 1 month from moon to moon, I take the officially at the end. What do you have? That go easy to go easy look there. Did you go where? I got all I to kokwi de joga. Kokwi lubalangu agba itu agba kokwi na de na endo officially easy lady o jerora. De agba kokwi de ru joga wa.
So officially
yes, ajusu. So they are not going to joga. Lady Anita Madini, how they respect themselves. And then this was the Taziderura Oko Kakingoango. Okay? Yeah, if anything happened, for example, after 1 month, after birth, if a woman gives birth, for 1 full month, the man will not sleep in that room. He will be sleeping in Joanne, which is a special bedroom. And then after 1 month, that woman is now ritually clean. And then the man will go in the room to sleep with the woman. Okay? Now where we call it in Madi ajuso. That is when now the brother-in-laws will come together, they will eat, and then now the man will remain. That woman will prepare that special meal for the husband and the brother-in-laws. Okay. Madika? Yeah, does it?
Mama, if you can't hear me, Erona, you Madika and the bank. Kajonia, Dania, 8 years back. Erona, the old Nadia, we are.
Uncle is asking this question, or at least a point of clarification to what granary is. His idea of what granary is your bank. So in Australia you have banks, and then you have your ATM, all right? And then you have your cards. That, where we were, that's what it is.
So, around 1999, I saw Nuga and Rockway. Casoro. I saw say, Ogo, Anko, Maniga, Otu, and Rocko.
So, that particular house, if you want to call it, men do not get out there. We do not go and open the granary.
Nani saving though, and preserving, and storage, and everything that very valuable. Rani balakana, lakini anko otu erokwe ko muero eras oreko tu lady madiga monulu.
All right. Well, what's the consequences if I go out and actually climb? Let me translate that bit first. Okay, now, the granary is a storage for the whole family. If I was with my wife, my stuff would be in there, my wife's stuff would be in there, kids' stuff would be in there. Now, what I do not understand is, if my stuff leave in there, why can't I go and grab it?
Because so easy agole tarako kesini ojo male ekebuta mani ma role malabora ni karekasi easy kata le uni akoti.
Okay.
So they need, yeah, question later, they need to tell they need to, lack of respect, or when you monya is in but English is in it.
All right, so if I need anything in there, I'll have to ask my wife to go and grab it for me.
Yeah.
Now, if I climb and go take it myself, one, it's a disrespect, and two, I cannot translate this and apologize, but it's called Lomora. Alright, that's a Madi term. Unless anyone has something that they can describe it. Okay, so what he's actually trying to say is that back then, don't feel like you're not important now. Let me just put my point across. Back then, there was importance of us that's given to the women. All right. So as a woman, there is that value that the woman have in that family, and that is a sign of respect to our moms and our wives. It doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't exist now. But there's going to change.
Actually, yeah.
Maybe a little bit of addition.
Thank you.
A little bit of addition of what I've witnessed. Yeah. Wrong. Yes, we are gonna. Oh, single alcohol, but say.
Sometimes it's just not one.
The etanos is but say anyani say etani. Anyadi swa anyani anzanza na yesu anyaswa. Ero aloriaga.
So during harvest, sorghum if you go. Story in one.
Koka go therefore also anyana na aradi toa ole anyana kosi. So anya angona
put it in there, it needs to be compressed. Men are being asked to come in and come to compress that.
Ade anyana to do ko ke room za arune.
And so, because I need to do that.
I'm not sure if you have time.
Yeah.
He's asking with the it's not just used during harvest.
If we are coming to side,
you can actually use it as. How do you do that? You can actually use it as a seed. Can you show up? Okay. I can see it, but for the young people, can you show how we use that as a seed? How do we see it? So when you go for dates, you have to sit around the extended poles that you see there. That's where you sit, and the girl that you went to date sits. No Facebook then, right?
No Facebook, no TikTok.
No TikTok.
Okay?
So people used to date under granary. Used for securing goats or sometimes when it's lifted, you can actually have a room for your chicken range.
Next. Madi government government system. So this one when our council
So Madi has governance system. It has changed over time, but different clans have different governance systems.
So system lady the time we say
so if there's any conflict that needs to be resolved, they have the hierarchy of leadership that do. And yeah.
So daredevil, all this apara, and very important. Ladu badi, di ladu married the adu bako jari. Adim we buy. Adia, you are selling us, but it's still only you are selling us.
Okay, so now we're just going to be talking a little bit about our traditional marriage. Quite a lot of young people these days do not understand it fully. Hence, we do hear comments like parents are selling their daughters or we're being sold.
So, Madiga, Laduni, Ani Remuka.
So, marriage is coming together. So the two people unite the two families.
So Yeshua system Madila Dedi Kido de Yeshua Nosi Bevu Baru as a matter the basic briefly as an audio conference of it in go to go big, like in my briefly my dinner on Gorogore. Yeshua de Zangwa. Algo to idoro kira yo mai ropaga na bati ko mukoko no se adi ugulu kaya adi kitibara kaya ole adi tuka kaya adi bongo kaya.
So once you finish sitting under the granary, then you progress to reassuring the young man that you actually are interested and wanted to be the wife. So they provide handkerchiefs or bedsheets. So if you give your clothes to the young man, it's very symbolic that you actually want to marry that young man.
So the dado anya bubaru kola anya barango lady ta kola anya prepare to do the vinal lady.
So now if you got to the point that you receive that girl's clothes, these are the things that you need to get ready for.
Financially, you are capable. Amadina and then
so then, currently, it's a matter of how much you may have in your bank, but previously, you need to be able to cultivate and be able to erect house the way you're going to live.
Saving do not ni indi ba goroaga ni di goroaga no ngwa goro tanyandolo runa.
So what do you see up there is called crow. You need to be able to demonstrate that you have certain amount of or number of cattle.
Ni tisa doliaga anyeria doli amodu adwa doli. That is doli.
So what do you see up there is called crow.
Anyeria longonga. And then adi negotiation na de bakida zenye mujoti se ni kakasurubeko ni tizina kao. So ni tizike and then ni tazibati nya zina bateke ati decide ane. Ogota da decide indise tise atose ese.
And so when now you go to see the family, it progresses to the negotiation stage. That's between the parents of the girl and the man. And then the decisions are made based on what you can provide. And these things are itemized. What do you see up on the screen?
Suru alwalo latimbi nyesua ni latina ya olado ya nyesua of Europe which uniform for. That's why
each client has a different way of itemizing the marriage procedures, and hence there's been discussion around if we can actually unified on how prices are paid. You couldn't have it because each client has a different way of how they do that. So when there were no monetary values to our marriage system, if you look just the top picture under the definition of marriage, the middle photo is actually a hole, and that is what is very, very valuable in our marriage.
Next. Nyemweze gira. Okay. So next Girani Ifroste. Okay. All right. There is where they go. Di la du lady Zawadi Guawari Ingoy ole Paragon Ukuto Wari Ingoy Su Maniga Pala Bati the Guaru in the Sunda at Lissy Su.
Okay, I think this is really important. The young people need to understand is that if you marry a Madi girl or boy, there are 4 claims that you must know, and you actually must not intend to marry.
So, kola zawa poniana surura, ponianda surura, poniata enda surura, ponianda enda surura, lady kola yurira.
So the big one, just give me a second. Let me translate this, and then you can go. 4 clans that you must know. 1 is your own, 2 of the girls, 3 the girls' moms, and the girls' moms' uncles. These are the 4 clans that are very important in Madi marriage. All right, so he's going to try help clarify how many marriages are there in Madi.
Okay, Majo, the new Muto is saying, I need Kasubeko. So, Madiga, Ali, Zawa, Adadesi, the Didi, Yata, dear Royal, Nita, Yo, Yadupini Baba, or the Easy Dule, or I need to pay your Lunia Dule, Zawa, no group, then Yata Panic, Ali, Yadu, Ali, Wendy, Amaya Zoto. Komu bata to this your ping or identify komu los kenga bugani komu loa kana aduna la mbeka when I present someone who compare that's a lot.
Okay. Now this is what happens if you want to get married and you do not have anything like me. Then what? So then, where's my sister? The girl is standing over there. My dad would take a stick, measure her height, put her on his shoulders, and then go around to people that he believes have something.
Yeah. So I go okay,
Right. So my dad would give my sister to son, who then could pay the bride price of my sister that would enable us or me to get married.
Okay. Now, Kaberini, Nisa Wayo, Eropagana, Siagiri yo, yeah, and you buy you big yo, and you don't go.
So number two, once you dated and you're both convinced that you want to be together, then nobody needs to know that you want to get married. But then you would have your boys, we call it now?
Yeah.
Boys? Yeah. Not exactly, but my friends.
No.
Yeah. So then my friends would go and ask this girl to come. And this is done at night.
Yeah. I think for someone at Titi, someone at Sakana, and the Basili Gora, Atana Zinira, or Lana Antiera, the Light Kakirian Kawari, Koyora, and Do, Suba, getting the careful, but to the time of both. So don't know what they itinerary or the snap, the Litigana, other than Dina, other than you didn't pay other than Saturday on the pay never no call.
All right, so the girls would let their aunties know that we have boys from such clan coming over to take our sister.
So Casa did not say my daughter because on the roof, Bisira, my Molio, as this. We've
got a lot more to go through.
So Nita, someone let go Barango lady assignment, Kola, who sees someone lady, Suru Suamina, Konila, Ongozama Sakola, Konila, don't order the Korio.
So what happens is, so you as the guy, you need to take the responsibility of knowing this girl, what her clan is, the mom's uncles, the dad's, and the dad's uncles. So once you know her, you know the dad's anyway.
Yeah. So you go in there, big cross, I don't lay cross Korea.
Yeah, it's just the reassurance that you're not related to that person.
So there's I don't wear into the only dinner, and it's I don't really like this one. Suru le ni aga do mundi abini adwa de down abini adwa na do way to only dinner.
So now when it gets to your grandparents' relations with the grandparents and it's aunties? Grandma.
Yeah,
Okay. If it's now to the point of my
second grandmother. I don't know.
Yes. So when it gets to your great grandmother, then that is considered okay.
A bit of correction. In John Jolie, the Kesua, Zamana, Parana, Ka Su, Kana, way, Atoa, on the Zamana, Sakasu, Atoa.
All right. So the clarity there is that if the girl is from my uncles, then that's called the sister's cross path.
I didn't like a rituals. I didn't like a dodo. I didn't like a guitar. I didn't do the other media and the cathedral. I never knew you only. I didn't know what, but the tea. Zibati anguna majora mata derega madini celebration no si de zango jao ya ole otibarao ya ole anuta edao ya ole madi ambarere odani de ago amba ole zi amba odani dezi ade toato de barango odani oto ko madigae bani surugae oto talaka ko.
All right, so we've done a lot of discussion on this earlier. She's not going to go through it again, but if somebody elderly dies, there's no mourning. We celebrate their lives.
Yeah.
All right. Just
so
as Annette continues.
The question,
Jackie, can you let me know if the kitchen will be ready?
Yeah. I know there's a discussion. Bulaga kemura. I did not say that this is zinzala ka the best media de berke tulenai.
All right. So there will be another discussion. Then you're welcome to ask questions at that time.
Thank you. Sorry.
She has one question to ask.
Those days, as we said, like if you are at a certain age, your father can decide and cut a stick that's of your size and go around so they can get money to. So a man can marry you and that money can be used for your brother's marriage or whatever has been given. In Madi culture, I know those days that did happen. Is that still happening now or it doesn't happen anymore? Because we got young people here who have never been overseas, who have never been around. Are we still doing those things?
Yeah, we've got the elders among ourselves.
Or it doesn't happen anymore, arranged marriages.
Okay. Yeah, Uncle Paul.
Malay culture and dynamics and takari for Kenya Kemuri Avogasere. So Tazika Nzele lady originally Kuchinani Ke Diado ba adapt cultures it yao of you can ya a short bit the Lena can tiare and Diadu Marin derana yo mande furueze ubasa kudopa dia bagayo so takari for Kenya bari for Doris. So dia Latina zile lady iteroko adosko generation diadu de okurianiko.
So Uncle Paul says culture is very dynamic it involves. For example, we are here in Australia, and even before we came here, those cultural practices, especially like giving away girls because for dowry of your father's or your brother's dowry is no longer being practiced. But it's still like cows, giving cows, and also the spade or the acho, the hoe, is no longer there. Those are some of the cultures we have already lost. But those practical things are there. If you go to Madi in Moyo, there is a museum where they're keeping some valuable Madi cultural attires, cultural equipment, or instruments are all being kept there. So let's encourage, even including myself, go home and visit some of those important places, including even where angels' feet or angels have stepped on. Those are very significant for us to see and to see even how important our country is. So we will conclude here if there is no question, but the next presentation will be why there is a declining of marriage between Madi and Madi. So that will be presented by Dante. I don't know, maybe after food or what, I don't know. Do you want me to do the translation?
Yeah, maybe you should. Question much more to say. Yeah. All right, while we wait for kitchen, I'm not doing any presentation of any kind, but I would like to have people volunteer for discussion panel. If you're interested, please, at least the younger people that are born here, others that have lived overseas and have lived here for a little bit longer, and the elder ones.
So, diado te mure andagari ndondoleka yai call muruzito no si tiledi are ole no si evukiri esuki oluki ade oluki uruki kororebati ole zite uruki na sirare bati amala kevuki andagadia la zia di zia ene kakibani tadi conclude. Diado bakevu to tezore di madi boronzi enzonzito ole kisuru ba di duka kwa dosi ole la ule dusa da bo urusa kwa dosi.
The first question is, this is for anyone, and if I think it's relevant to a particular age group, I'll point it out. What does marriage knowledge mean within Madi culture today?
Lati Madi di endo ka equina karunzengoni.
If you need clarification, happy to repeat. Yeah.
Madi matajo Madi tisitaba Madi.
She'll speak in Madi because she's one.
Malazi jole bonzi badi Madi di diado yalalego duruki kwa dosi yale di ma iao.
All right. So, no, that's not the question, but that's the topic.
The topic.
All right, I'll ask the question again.
Yeah, ask the question.
So the question is, what does marriage knowledge mean within Madi culture today? Okay. Marriage knowledge, what does it mean within our culture today?
Okay. Marriage knowledge, Madidi, like, as I say, baru jozangwa nyende barua aozora pelere, nyeswa atende to, kanyeni odin dibanze. Ojo suru de gasi, yeah,
so what used to happen was that when a young person is ready to get married, or as they grow, the parents would tell them or teach them what clan you can or can't marry.
Yeah, so parent car boundaries lady ba clear, the document sua bakarudu, lala ruo dio de kaluyo.
And so when this knowledge is passed on, the marriage will be free of incision. So, because you know, when people get married in close relationship, it's not good for them.
Yeah. Ako zonye zangwa ni mu ijumaga baragoto andaga Kala nyi make sure nyi sanyi baragole dizia na suru wana doado. La ti suru di bale suna ekole zawa na ko niara barago na sako niara.
So for both the candidates, if you're dating this person, then you must ask those questions to understand the full claims that were mentioned. That it's critical to know.
Madi baleti for now.
Okay, I'll just follow these up. All right. Yeah. Is that happening today? Do you think that teaching is happening?
Mandere got teaching lady. It happened ko. Ma jojo it happened ko ne dene. Nyende amadizi ani madi. Any relationship like yani or the guy ngone yani yo, but bakwiti konde ama dinya auntie, dinya uncle, and then battery keep pick ya diga, madile di yani ode, and they don't like go like into marriage like paragole di or zangwale di adizire gala duga.
Okay, all right. So what she's saying is that those teachings are not happening anymore. So we don't sit our children down to explain what actually Madi marriage looks like or what it requires. And if I may ask you again, yeah. If it doesn't happen and you and I are raising kids now, how do we see that's reintroduced or how it's done again?
Anik oba like a lot of impact ba bonzi tiri madini inzonzi. There's no intermarriage enilelega mayani madika rudu madito. Barago ala lokengwi ori zango ala lokengwi ori.
Yeah.
Enzonzi kovu zuru dure bonziago kovu zuru dure.
Okay.
So that's what I've seen.
All right. I think Rika's putting her hand up. Were you? Okay. And then I would probably ask. Yeah.
I think Mata yo mundutisi just because mama didegi so that I'm confident and you understand what I'm saying. I think what's important is that while children are still young, we have to teach them at that young age, not when they come of knowledge or age of marriage, because by then.
Le fikujo de bonzia le nilama do kunikia maladuna vengo na nara kola kore kesu kola ke chiri lakin de ado de brangwa kumwe julo seledi ya nyiria dado nyijo egonyi muimbi marin liti dine ne kesu kala se sana la gapili ni dena na.
Yeah. So learning at young age, in particular, what's your clan at a young age, and learning who is actually your auntie and who you're calling auntie out of respect, because our culture places a lot of weight on respect, and a lot of our relationships are from a position of respect or familiarity as opposed to actual relationship.
And then yesu taman dia tini ovesi ajo nanya auntie or nanya uncle lakini dado denyijo namna auntie nya uncle de kesu branku kuzunga to ngalungule auntie la uncle la nyalo kweke indara the dime brama madi majo endo nanya auntie endo kumu leranda kejo zangwa kesu kala si dieruna modina kuzie kwe ijo mase indara lero anda di ajo modike muindi boru la nyu modina di boru kule ajo ama nai nya doai nai nanya deri taman munduti lejeto ajo ko bandare indara ke. Okay, anyone else that would like to add on to that before we move to the next question?
Maybe.
Basi malam ajodini taban la du idi ani jonyindani kabemu kakakaemu.
So he would say it this way. So marriage in Madi brings relatives together.
Ongo erijoy Yesua la du jonyi yaigo the ganyi du izira nyori diaba ambatowa ojorunya status carifora.
So in Madi, once you're married and you could sit with elderly people, your status now have changed.
Ongo Yesua family ni welikarenza.
And then the family size now increases?
Ongo ko joru lady ani joma adu munduko jo resources because dia lonya ko enza bir ko baru yo aban bale ni kwiti kaki die mo alo kaki taide family na ikonye jo.
Okay, big family means bigger resources, not here, not in Australia. Because the teaching now we get in Australia is that you don't need to, you can't afford having many kids. But traditionally, if you have many children, it's actually a resources that's required in a family.
In a short term, in a simple term, the value of marriage, the way it is defined in this society is different in the way how Madi define marriage. Here, marriage is about okay. Yeah, marriage it's an agreement between two people. So it doesn't involve the whole community. You define what is good for you, what is valuable. So there is, and it's fluid. It's not static, so it's fluid. You can be with someone, and if their value depreciates, because that's how they look at it.
I can see somebody shaking their hand. All right, Ivan, what do you disagree with?
I'll pass it on.
Okay. Yeah. Can you try to clarify what do you disagree with?
Mama madio yo ne amala kusi dia te suene yole vulaga na ina ane na la tiba diga yori.
Okay, the last thing that he said that he believes it's not part of our culture.
Okay, so ta vena na ni idero anuga ko cultural idero ko lakini di daliti of viba karala kangwe dia di ka ba konda kare de ka bani urike ka bani dinjake. That's why madio yo house so and not part of our culture.
Oh, okay. So when you're ready to get married, you just don't move out, you just don't bring a girl in and start living with them. That's not a norm in our culture. And that's exactly what you disagree with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tamala lema jo alore, taoba like madini bonzi tsiri, inzonzi bonzi agoto ruru kunza mbambare. Like jengeswa madiga marit kare dezangwa madi barago madi alinaiga nyimu mogzavrega manderega bakore ra bako maevle agreement gakpe atakaro biango nzakaro jo sakpe ongo whereby the boru du erisa ile jole liokoko sawa.
Yeah, I can see a younger person nodding their head.
Ongo manderega.
But let me translate this. So what she's saying is that I think there is this practice that we do when we go to a marriage ceremony. We take all night without any sort of consensus on what is reasonable, and that to her is.
Ango chama nderega barago na wele ko sa zangwa na endo ka juru angweri duo by midnight atako ba takwitia are karidera.
And on contrary, if this young person is marrying someone from a different tribe, then by midnight you would see that this ceremony is finished.
Dia malazine to bani anye to ba bonzi madidi nzonzi madidi to karodune. Why?
How can we do it that way if we actually do it among ourselves? And so when you asked of, say, $30,000 and no one want to compromise? Not compromise at all. Whatever is asked is what you have to do.
Yala the juru go kationze whereby madini zangwa de kera very cheap ongo zangwa le de ko mura marriage karezi suru zingbirega.
And so if it's a guy from a different place, a lot of consensus are being agreed on with compromises, and this girl would actually go.
Malaziko mo ataende to madidi ne.
So the question goes to the parents.
Jo ba zangwa madini zangwa oko barago madidi. Why? If follow culture tebe aneta nzele yole nye edi nya du edi nya to edi ta atanda neze badiko ziare nye munyi wodu zangwani ata ne paga du adi nyini zike nye di ata lady ba ma follow lekpe adosi animala ziledi.
All right. So the question she's asking is, why can't we follow the practices of our culture that would actually make it simpler for ourselves as well? Okay, right, well, I have quite a few questions, but all right, I only have one person from outside. I've got one more, but yes, Mama. Yes, Mama, you can. Yeah.
You can translate because I'm not.
Okay, madam,
Sigrid says all in the name of Jesus Christ.
Question ini.
So she'll try to answer her question like this.
Madizi anya gaile dia ejora tebe ama ba jerana culture ezi ari baba diaga.
And so someone else did say that we've borrowed quite a lot of things from our neighbors and then we integrated that into ours.
That's why tanakiri da ausi. Naninga magango disai mi weakness ra. Madini laje felan adijua di set nashar. Data set nashar tapped in adi deati.
So she did witness exactly what you did try to say, is that marriages have been concluded by midnight.
After 12, bakori, bakatanya, bakatatu, ndi satalata.
So after midnight, people just eat and dance until morning.
After night, adi continue inini.
And then it continues through to dawn.
Lakin ama adi teide ini agasi rabakori lady mesudi a.
She thinks, or she found that this idea of people negotiating all night is in Australia.
Fa madi male majori e.
So she would like to say this.
Ama opi every Australian legacy nutu kolea anyeriru ta ido sikende tizi taban mata dijoni mejua ama abia bikola kebeta nini mera naninga magangwa regasi.
Yeah, she says this because she remembers what culture or tradition means when she was younger.
Juba gasi opiori obaki weli kasurube dira obaki weli ade kwidu goti gasi na sirira tizi and all night obaki ra.
So back in Juba previously,
the same thing.
The kingdom set, or Madi elders set, and they actually agreed on particular amount for all the Madi performances.
The same thing at Khartoum, guys, and said the same thing.
And that happened also in Khartoum. And so,
Juba Gasi and then Khartoum Gasi.
Okay, so because of that agreement, at those two places, there were not much confusion.
Negotiation was lumadi gari ania a bakori parani ania a, that is given.
Yeah, there is that element that we actually need to negotiate. It's there.
Dia ma juari yani juani because madi zangwa madi warago saa. So
she would like to say this, and I do appreciate this is a very sensitive and also very important topic. We'll give you. Please go ahead. How much more time do you need? 1 minute?
Seconds.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, because majuani dini, kole abani opi kori ayi, kole uku titaniti, ikide yani negotiation wakereruta reasonable regan because amabonzi kaki vwangweni madize jonara because ani easy.
And so she recommends that
Thank you.
all the elders in Madi community must sit and agree on certain amount that is reasonable and will make things easier for our young people. Okay. How do elders interpret declining marriage among Madi youth? There was that question that, is it a negative thing if people go outside? All right. We also heard that now we've got options. But how do you interpret the decline of marriage among our young people? What is your interpretation of this? And then the last question that I would ask is, what do we think are better options or better things that we can practice in order to reverse this occurrence? Okay? But for now, How do elders interpret declining marriage among Madi youth? The people in the panel can start, and then I'll open it up for the rest.
As I stated before, Ladu ane kabemo mango ane ka anjoyeti family ga. Bonti badi ni di jowa I need to all the along. Kore basi ba attended ore. Ola ido ini bonti badi tise lady badi okuni.
So now we need to do this. We would need to teach our kids with the traditional ways of Madi life, and they also need to learn the language.
Asko nyindera ado da jole la duni de ani munduko jana ni complex. Asko na tina nyini nijo ma de ni la dukare dengo ne kole ni nya di tina se.
And so marriage can be quite complex. Yeah. Language is there,
yeah.
And for you to know how Madi marriage actually happens, you need to learn the language. And so their way of life.
And then
and so once you learn those, then you can apply it in your life. Our young people lack knowledge, which is why they transition outside.
Madi ni the ni la du ni ani connected to identity. Asko jo Madi dio dura ya eneko kinyazike chaledia to ngwele Madi ko eyo.
So marriage is identity. And so if we do not marry among ourselves, eventually Madi will be no more. Okay. But please try to answer the question for me, though. How do you interpret? Just hang on a second. Try to answer this question. How do you interpret the decline of marriage among our young people? And then you could say what, if you want, and you could say your recommendations of what you think you can do. But just try to answer that question. What's your interpretation of this decline?
Alai maju ada ni, decline lady, jangan onda ni, tu sama angkui kan apa ni, the environment ada lu arurega.
And so if we look at this decline, he would go back to the environment we live in.
Sources lini dia bina dia ya ado.
Right, there's several sources of learning. So though cultural differences are there, people have learned things a lot out of it.
Yeah. Nasi njakore, nasi bachire Madi sauzi lazia mambar njakoro.
And also he might think that our young people don't ask many questions.
Obado, sikini ovia yeni lerise, zomadi ozara. And
because of all this learning that they've grown up with here, for them, they can get married to whoever they're interested in. And so what he thinks the young people could also do is that now you've got to take time, learn about the marriage of Madi. That way you can teach that to the people behind you.
Too much economical. Demand.
So perhaps it's the cost.
Yeah, yes, we are. Bastiko duere ora tani anjakoro yane bori anda balena si anda bare zazore yiswa kemu dieruni
Okay.
Yeah.
So for some individuals,
on zeta dieru jadi ra iwa a iri dieru tabar yesua ado mane badi gasai suru zbatio bakia is superior.
All right, so what we really need to do is we need to sit down, teach our young people of what happens among ourselves in marriage. And if you look at it, different clans have different ways of marriage, and as Anetta pointed rightly, but even some of us, we think our clans are more superior than others. But that could not stop us from getting married. And if you look at it, the way girls get married. Yes, so the way marriage happened when girls are being taken out of home without information is because of misunderstanding among the parents. I think I've been reminded of time. Let's wrap it up pretty quick.
Ongo ama parents but tienda ni okumanda marigana ase just kina ole family nako adu bana joti tueko.
And so there's some parents, if they think they don't like the family, they would speak ill of that family to their children just to discourage them from marrying them. Okay.
Yesu barangwa asi okpo kusa barangwa asi opore ya lelega to kakirere elopment ko niemu.
Yeah, so marriage would happen then within that understanding of the young people, without the knowledge of the parents, they would get up and go. I think I would stop you there. I've been reminded of time, but that's pretty good explanation of it. I'll take one person from there, and then I think we'll wrap this up.
Okay.
Unless you have anything burning. Okay, I'll have you finished. All right.
My diagnostic, that's very important. Because the recommendation, because we are leading to that. Question let the Oziri, the Ado, Unjons in Abani,
Tade me summarize dia ready point makata isu dia re bonji odurua ya Madi kwado se.
All right, so he'll try to summarize 2 points here. One of them is why don't our children marrying among themselves?
Ongo rijore suru ama city ukwadia laje chorukane trade ani.
And then the second one is how expensive our marriages are.
That teacher bonzi kolu kara aluga diakake ainde kwechito.
So the first point is that we all live together now, and it seems we're all related.
And definitely, tale the influence aya choice ra.
And that could be the consequence for getting married outside.
Make example deato. Amolo loga odukbeto.
In Lower, this is back in South Sudan, they live with a clan called Odukbe.
And we look at each other and their sisters as our sisters. Ongo Odukbezi Gam Galegasi, a memoro Odukbe to Alo Amijo.
And then they had another Odukbe girl came from Mogali. Again, that's a place in South Sudan.
And
they mingled and then they dated.
It ends up the brothers are my I don't know in English to call, but the mates who will be talking for the marriage together.
The other Ivo Suru. Ango adin zizadi di voichorongo joke ado alinai majo majo nai lady.
So in this case we don't blame them too much.
There let's do bonje amade awa nja nikpe.
Now coming to the price or whatever dowry is, we have seen there It was useless sort of object which has been assigned a value.
De mua ma ala kwenga sia nerga asal nyandalo runana esu de inde misidi nandani bunayo ki balaka yani nga okporera.
Originally, the value of marriage is the pride of two parents.
La duni ni de su anda resorisi na yani anzo ba atta bonjuru dukanade.
It is just a kind of a sign that they've brought up two young people and getting together.
And nala anda dilichu of vilandere yani ba mbadi ezo ba beri little sorose endo ngo kuduru kerese.
Yeah, and then the value of that object is used other than getting material things.
There are sondelena buone letinase.
But today people assign value in the material thing like as if the girls are the asset for them to get something.
Yesu dalo yaninga ndo bake buola dunire andane yani ba city laka kusaba moril ruarunza.
And it is true that we need to speak about it and talk and assign values which is equal to everyone.
Andale gbado anda dan to beke zoro wa ongo ake suleti alo le kosa leje ku alo le sitini wele alo aba anda ni ma dikuduru dore.
Because it is the one discouraging, also one of the factors discouraging these boys.
Adosuko anda ninga alo kebe adama wonji duru do kore.
Thank you very much.
Anjo kwase.
Anjo kwase odu endorese amaline sprega batira badole kumunu gara loka dodo madikinya ama madi ama wale kasuru zitidi ade nika mama ama mugaka ke ama to ama mugasi na mawale kasi ba ilere madi mende ma batiri madini ko tiri ilere ko duruke amadi madi dodo ama madi kolwa ko duke nane idara mabininga kidi adu kenisa samesu ama ti zitirepe ko tini wale tago ni wale kakwala ba ko eri risaba kangwa kirare agora kompatarawa anza kwa sidima tara enere
anzo kwa siga odu endo dese amba amanta anza ko pini ana amapemo kakara logase andar korpara dunti amfanzi to statistic arba kikuti amakirudi lakini ta lo sorere lini amesulendo ko batire sulendo kala kare kado latileti madidi kare la dudi oko tamadini dia do ya oko tamadi oluto okore ado oko ta siara madi ko lo vengone si madi abongo sulere kaka abongo ni ruso oko ta ite de le roti tere ka basiri ni batiro ande koro ni kisa value na ko la de bati la di tabale kole kidero aru basiri piledia oko ezile dia tirado ofongu kisa baru koro de bati kole koni kita leader ide de gote okota la dudilare la dune ata kole kuniki ote atende to da lide ya dudile le droja dili sibo oni otere be muru kempo anyi so nya jiran ni ba anyi ni okpo za nya kakanira disi kaka da be kakara bo ni batiri ni tere ka dinya kaka havu kaka diga ni ba tiko atika kaka kunyeso bakara avu tanzania ozi yesule kem ka kusa yesule neba ko gare kakira tala pao ole bako ba mori itere batiri ne ya kaka bare re dia dia okwa ya kaka ingole anti duwa respect to dia dia okwa ingole anko la ridu ko le polite okwa anko la du la ruti ko kote anjo
minza garwa do leti yole anti angola nika so ama maditi se yo anti de nyanda sa de ni jole de mendere de nyata sa de ni jole de ma kola ta dia ma patira madina ma dora asante ade ni patira madika ditine nyesua anti ango onike ko odere ngoi onike ko ngo ado mata sa tire ngoi manda sa tire ngoi onike ko kake ba kutungu anti ango ila de kola batiri ko nira so mende mamvoti ne mamvoti ya montika mungwendere ngo mamontika mamvoti dina mamvoti mungwendere ngo kake ya na imendere ya kwai na ima mabwe kwai unanyata disa digare
and there in a yanta side gari, let it back on gari. Mutarero, Madiga, Lerry, Yato, and let you down Bolaro. Aruka, to an ingot, Atua, Madi, and Nani Baruna, Azakana, Nari, then you did Tanya, you decided what to a car to a country to say winning. Let your mamma didn't cancer. Ongomane Major Tore, Ladula Dulera, Lega, Ladula Dunai. Makori Rane, Konga, Amatarity, Konga, Ba. Ezeleke kwa maintonti kariti yesu abana keta aditale ka waraka ka ya dira ka kijosi ani waraka kara lakini te waraka le dokera yesu amadia la rukoja tale de rawa ako kediti ka kibo kunyesu ezikise makore ra no bina pata bera ka ngadu sa de madina onyikera oku garuko ani di taleri bakolo alwa leleri rupia ko leleri bakolo alutana kile tie ena ka ukera do bagilanda na mabinika se dona ena ka ukera leli tamadika ko la kitero kita zidiadu mandeleri ndia madisi ya ngwani dina wani diti abuzi na rikani di ngwani diti zebeka di ngwani dina ledi anile ani bata onjere wale baki turula kara yojora ne madiko baya leti talo Jana na di baje ese di baje isi di baje ado silakini dia dini tani leje ko kirare ako banza la de mala mitare ma Joyce apa James mati manda ma rujus pindirai ne gata semani agase ma bien le muris marer very happy ngo kaya yado periando kali ni ke batirene mas tanya ma ninya ka maji ya mon diciri kende zokade kanjole ma da barang mau tar ko badia lakin da barang mau akore teri ako bebe dia ngo bamba sa ka tanere ke dia objike ko da do jojo te bojo aro kon jasa awo tene ma pitare se amani tajole tare dia rugam je suta mama ma yo takana rugam darere lakini sane suru koro bo bi or kata jone ta badi madiga na hena tajole ta bana hena ta tsire ama madi jojole tiandare se madi gozi oje madi ere liprere mu dia zi ole muditu der sina iyo do madi juru madi go odu juruzi ko jar bi antosi ayuwa madi alu sai madi zini ne ama yo kate ba ma bakori rana ba ke ba ukurana e bana kuwa sakit e bana ba ku saba limi sol ko ta jole na sol ko sa don de ma di dere ke tir majority o je ko musu de adu dia jonya da oda ko baruna yo ni jonya da ni kila tare de raja lazima madi madi ka kare dere ata ama ori ka de o jo masa do yo limi serare limo ko era nyata ni di na wa di na yo ni dara ka tare ta madi madi kana dia adu kisu no babarna misga ko lo yo ta dia ru ni tale di ko lo yo am laje balele di Nanjele de kengwi engwi kuni tale di fuanda ne zama kartum gasa bako jwa ole tale di kole kengwi do de ndo ata ole madizi azongo jele yo akido masi madina ko akido masi masa do masi adi dile de qurani au sene uoze se kolo aga aja sisi tale di ni engwi ko e opo engwi ko ani ni rere engwi kano opo ni darakia ugo ama madi taziami dia unjere do madi oluli di uzili menako do dia madi no dara o du madi no dana e mwa ko mangwe yo ko lo de madi dadi anda ni kinya di tan zili mela di kuradusi madi ka bebe sa dia tamare di do mada ko pa di rade bari ma bondi tandira yo ko le ko jeki ma ina talere o je ma ko tale di madi ka ole ba ko ta na karara ko tale di male tale di ma jole di jesu ko su yana ko su video ga tale di aru ko video ne ni nyodu kare musa ani pelere da ko mande nya dioro tale di tama di madi ka dia do ole o du tale di pi masa pi tale di e wa ko mo angwe ko ina ra ke wa ko mo angwe di dia ru ni yo ole barangwa do ni ti barangwa barana odara uko ka surbe na ko ade ade tanaibe lakini urunye da pori se area mi barangwa dare randa nasi yo e do barangwa na saka surbe na uko uko bondia sika ade ba pisa ka surbe na uko yala ka de tanyi di ni dare ko nya ko kale de ka de tanyi di ko do jenye kale de ani rere difficult tale do le madi ko la karere careful ani unti au sine be dia do madi kan da ande liminza baka ba jekpe uku madi kwa tu amadi ni jonyinde umodu jurusi lazim kali mi ukwe ara modan lakini do madi ogogori ukwe ni na usalo ujoro so ukwe kwa folu ukwe kutale ni mundi amadi madi ka ole ukotero kutale ni
Diado ama bodi chiri ke june ku yaro ni remu sa ngito Anya iyo ke june ke ngito ni dera musu? Do we know what Kejoa is now to the young people? Yes? Well, I would say it's a bad news to the parents because there's no answers here. You're going to have to do a little bit of more teaching. Now, madam and the account di male lungunange man di bana roskute ariango maika kwa me rekwena ndakoro. Ke atiri male majo anjo amambaro roa MCC edeni sadari si majo ma iya ngira rega matoi. Ai didi amane ba made amade. That minister aloga longone kwinaro ango dali nyetiri nyasiaga adimari lo amusu adenke dibade
manto kwa sima yututia amango kejuale ni amajua amadi amama itu juraga ameleko pela kwa sianzo anzosi deleri ora manfuro ora matungara so event konsira amadi amabalebe kikoro ane vaito la tutore porque a mania magi e ben ne federe te juasi longoni anda neza ya matibo rute ningo na ni ya nyaka lakini amati ya mango ya matoa ya ina ni na ilongo iyo mati ya ye tuzo bodu na lere
majo mal manzo kosi banya an reko ke amane si diopo jore gate ajo mal dukele go amala lega sai ada bande ya mari alwa anzo karako. Okay, now this next segment is to welcome Mama Netta. She's still over there. Please welcome her for me one more time. And then I'll grab Rika in a little while. Mari majori tosa sada ada sama ne amanda Netta lungurega baraga mandaga tosa gajorega mari gawado na vuga amambazi telefone kemu lozore gadato. You said yes, you too? Oh. If you all right.
Malamida ma agandro bachiri badia la tileti badia tambakasi te les obadia tirenega ma jota gangwado no se tadibati digara da practical anyendera te be no se bazibati onde ki korobandi series bati evoro
she's going to translate.
Yeah, maru aneta belao mazangwa mogalegare masuru lupe te be ojo suru toto di benzerega ongo magoni vura kopi ma daza walu agare all right na unziko adeta jodi rundara so diado amak co-facilitation edao mazani rikali photo so le fonya irura bani co-facilitation day. So anjo kwasi evening ado afternoon they say mani oteje bo nyalinyara toto sometimes ba ko emanza ki migeni ata tino barede adi angbuna isu ba korere so de tadi okonya izanyi sanjui ra ole kokonye kurosai ko mukanyi kora bakolo voke di niagade so bako voka rezo group sisara so amava group anjo dia wasusira lo sora do so baro reko tui kabe ko nyela kara so So I'm a title Deadra Mevorizure de Rure, Sai Kalakako, Nasi Barikozi Mondone Tala de Ubasi. Yes, we are Gangwado Anidi Tesalaka Ditiria. Amarizo,
preserving Madi cultural heritage in a changing world. We go by this.
Our discussion this afternoon is going to be about presenting Madi cultural heritage in a changing world. We will be co-facilitating this session with my wonderful auntie Aneta Bilal, who introduced herself earlier on. For everybody else in the room, my name is Rika, and I am also Lodgely, and I'm very fortunate to marry outside of Madi, unfortunately, but it's a fortune for me, and I'm really pleased to be able to facilitate this discussion. Auntie Aneta mentioned that we're going to be having group discussions, so we are seated in what seems to be groups of 4, so this will be an opportunity for all of us to discuss the subject matter, and it's a subject matter that that impacts each and every one of us, or has the potential to. We know that after eating, we can get a bit complacent and we will go into la-la land, but it is a sensitive topic, and it's a topic that is highly relevant. Not only does it touch old and young, but also young people. We are having technical difficulties with our slides, so do bear with us.
Download like it's there. Sorry. Technology and kaban di chichi. Kalau amadi anda na sedare ane. Anya nyinero to ado anya nyinero takara loga ni ke juang ba. Anya doctor. Yesu ole sa do koro. Ole sa to onde ko koro. Lakini daba ko lo changing world ni ga. The way we do things also change. So, ding ding yo, ama dear, ni information e pastor. Kedua na de bevo ambari ni ani dia de va de toa ada ya ido na ela tia Madi au sinani. That's the one. Okay. So, amari zota na diga. Nai tebe membera majota derukoro nyesu elders kaki information e pass ole delejo ole ngoni bakaru yimi bakore pepa ado bakore angwena ni gana ni na ede na piwa Madi bakure nani adikiri izu TV siko anyarera na ama TV na agaga na ama TV ngwa adu ngwa yete idi ngwa ngoni Mandi tiri adu ngani? Not the English dire go Madi tisire. Buru buru. Ya wiri buru buru. Ada sama ndani.
Auntie Aneta, for non-English Madi speakers, talks about the picture in the middle, which symbolizes somewhat our TV, or when we gather together to be able to share knowledge and discuss. So it's more like an open forum.
Yeah, ta endo amarizu diaruri amaluna to build understanding. Amarizu Tebo lujo agatwi kung borong-boro Madi tunguang borong-boro. Ungwe domestic violence ungwe lakini yeah.
And what we're going to discuss about is to be able to build a better understanding of what in Australia we coin as domestic violence. In Madi, that terminology doesn't exist. It's more or less fights or issues, or I guess conflict.
De rareka ko joaga anai, de iaga le joaga anai. Namberine amarizu di del traditional say di tale de ja alele gana iswa di tono sitira do engone.
We're going to explore how do we deal with this issue when we have conflicts or disagreements in the home.
Understanding the impact of immigration on families. So kevo di balejo bani ruga engoti zinakabani borong-boro dia zido.
I think she's already touched that point.
Develop cultural sensitive strategies for promoting harmony and well-being, discuss domestic violence prevention and child protection under Australian law. Okay, kalau dia ada result dia ru, anggo di badina sitor sari artina do engoni, anggo di dia do vodeni kadi adi bai konyi banga sadi rekonyi engoni late of the adu lediga cara Australia diri ngakakoi.
So we are going to look into Australian law. When we talk of Australian law, that's quite broad because we know in Australia, the way the law works is we've got Commonwealth legislation which governs the whole of Australia, but each and every state have laws that governs its state. So it governs state affairs. So when we talk about the issue of domestic violence, in Queensland, it's under the family and domestic violence legislation. I took the time to look at it in New South Wales and in Victoria, but there is uniformity in terms of, it's not exactly the same, the wording is not the same, but what domestic violence is under state laws does mirror each other, and it also mirrors the Commonwealth legislation.
Later vi burung-burung di dia vino koengone tiki Australia di se, onga Australia gada tiki bingbi. Di burung-burung di leni, vino engoni mata jore di mazani di ane lawyer, kata jo law ni dilega ni ausi. Madi ma social worker asan lejo ledi anguna ziti ke mumato. So mata jo dondole socially kabai konyi kabai dengoni ani diga ausi.
So my mom is a social worker, so she's going to be leading the discussion towards about the social impacts about domestic violence. I, on the other hand, I'm a lawyer. I practice in the field of criminal defense, domestic violence, child protection, and mental health areas. So that's why I'll be covering the legislation and that aspect of it. So we have some scenarios for you, and I'm just going to ask, and there are two scenarios on the board. We're going to go through the first scenario. So I just got a really good reminder. Parents, I know this is an excellent time to listen and engage. Please bear in mind young ones. So if you've got your children or you're caring for a child, can you also bear or look after them whilst we have this meaningful discussion?
Translating, yeah. So dia odo otorueri odo nambalore laliadi laliani anizi madizi edi Australia gadi emu la dunia ovesi emu agwa visa ga agwa ru maiko e. So maiko ni ani madigo ani sai edi anezi sa madiga si. So maiko ni etadia easy ni asari kata la pede si ngoni maiko ka critical kata nambani ero ado tebe ero ba jole na dina na kata nambani. So maiko karubi ale di use leti na lelere si ado siku hizi onisare niko dia ado takare deni ai. So maiko nika rubi ale di ziti siko tua kebua okwa ngweri yojo sai. So kebua leti na lelere si ongo laliani ani dia ni anata ni izirere gba izolerere tuwi andika nata madi ga kalinya di bon jitiri ni asana la takura edese buko. So dia laliani kata le dibati desai laliani kolu Australia gadia lakini ago le laka ko mu kuni group gasako kolu ani dirane jomura nyenga ngo nye musa dise ngoni yesu akavuna tasozi lalia phone sa anonde di lalia tikakerezwa ni toyai. So lalia ni asani ani a visa ani laka independent ko adi deru adi spouse visa gala dia adi yokalaka dingbokoro kana robi esu na ngase ngoke buse dekpe. So lalia ni ani ago visa ga de atala do ke lalia no ori oposi Ebedulaliani, Kifilia, Anidi Diado Taziani, Kidiakpe, and it trap. Lele nigga.
I think for all my young ones, you guys would have been able to lead Lalia's scenario. Bear Lalia's scenario in your mind, okay, young people? Now I'm going to give you Ojaba and scenario.
Ojali.
So we've got Ojali and Ojaba's scenario.
Can we go to the next scenario? Okay.
It's okay. Okay. I'll read you out Ojaba.
Ojali.
Ojali's scenario. So Ojali's scenario is like this. Ojali and Ojaba are married. They have 2 children. Ojaba belittles everything Ojali does, at times in front of children. She sometimes calls him even good-for-nothing father. When Ojaba and Ojali have a fight, Ojaba involves the children. She threatens to take the children away as leverage to get Ojali to do what she wants. Ojaba sometimes gets physical.
Ojaba, nguri scenario zinari, Ojaba ni, odurukira, agoto, odurukira, ki Ojaba ni, Jesua ko Oja undu. Ago ni Ojalito, ongo kwakirungba, bonditiri ni andaga, ongo Jesua ka bonditiri kuena baraga, dudu aeko yara atani, atanunzi, ingo ni kiko ya bondini, Jesua ebedo, ini Oja olu liri, ongo zisikola aeko ngbarurere physically.
Okay. So in these 2 scenarios, in your groups, luckily you guys are all sitting here. So we're going to ask if you can get comfortable with each other, okay? So this group, we have some questions for you. So one of the first questions each group needs to ask themselves is what types of issues, or in English, what types of domestic violence can you identify, number 1. This table will then ask themselves, you can identify that in the group. Once you identify that, you ask yourself, how can Madi community leaders and cultural systems intervene without breaching Australian law? So that's for you guys to answer, okay? As a team, we want you guys to have a discussion. Ask yourself, in these 2 scenarios, what are the issues? What do you guys think the legal issues are? And how can Madi leaders and cultural systems intervene without breaching any laws? Now this group, you're going to do the exact same thing, but your question is different. Your question is, what would the traditional Madi approach be? In those 2 scenarios, what would the traditional Madi approach be to deal with these issues? Okay, you guys. This group here, you're identifying the issues, the domestic violence issue, and then you'll be asking, what does the Australian law require in those cases? Okay? What do you think the law says about this situation? And lastly, this group is divided, so 4th group, you guys will go, how can cultural values and legal obligations work together? Okay? So they're big questions, okay? So if this group, you guys can discuss among yourselves, you guys will discuss the same first question, okay? Or you guys can join. I think you guys can discuss the first question, okay? This group there. You guys will do the same thing, identify the issues in the 2 scenarios, and ask yourselves, how can Madi community leaders and cultural systems intervene? Okay, they're big questions, so I'm going to let our mom, Aneta, ask those questions in Madi.
Okay, can you any questions? Lady English is very equinara. Anya group ga ani explain. Kede tembe uruna ne ama question na be okolo uruna scenarios na batite ani le okola ani nidi ama ani ne dia Anila.
Do you want to look after this?
So, anyope anyini agale dia, Madi kanya diseka questions le dizi anyini kanya ni facilitator re. Kene mane nani?
Maria, into God,
wait for them to.
They're not going to stop.
They're coming. They're coming.
They're not going to stop. But, is there any?
Well, those guys are ready.
Okay. All right. Maria, all right. Who do we have as a? All right. Pants down. Are we wrapping up? We done yet?
Not yet. Have a seat.
No. All right. Time's up. All right. So let's start with someone else. So choose one person to go present. I will do that, but you need to choose one person.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've got one person. This one's got one person. Lago is also ready for this group.
Okay, let's. Lago?
Who's your spokesperson here?
Yes.
Sure. Who's your spokesperson? Bishop? Are you the spokesperson here? Perfect. Spokesperson. Awesome. Who's your spokesperson? Perfect. All right.
Daniel, amata amadozi dili mala ponyi lakini mate tabana kasi ndio Madi anyeshua rawe.
Nzo kosi. Scenario ya tijo ariga. Lalia tidi maikotoriga. Onko ama lazi namberinia iao di leti madi disi lejo borongoro lalia ti alofoga di tino swengoni ai ama tezo regadia atizo recole lalia ki kobita di bale tiga agoto.
I'll try to translate this for people that do not speak or understand the language. They chose the first scenario and question 2. Now, what they found, the first one is that Lalia should put the husband down and speak of that matter.
So, Lalia kozia go nedi siteni kadni ozo toa jabaga kona jo ago bi lejo na ekwene lekpe step na mberi lalia ko duarene koka fo de agori di.
Right, the first one is Lalia should ask and request that the wallet shouldn't be only with the husband or the cards, and then the second option would be to sit the brother-in-laws down.
So jo Lalia teori okafo de agori gara agori ni ti kola kungwe ki meeting kevuki baru okozi Michael ni lali andragadi adotakiri deni ai lejo dia tusuregai.
So then the brothers would come together and go sit with his family, ask the two of them to clarify what exactly is happening.
Jo lejo le dobi tina usolekpe laliate ya lofoga agorito de akola lalia ko diofo de atatidi baru.
Now, if they could not resolve this matter with the brother-in-laws, then the next step is for Lalia to go speak with her family.
Le di scenario tijare.
That's scenario 1.
Scenario namberi ni oja litidi oja ba toleri oja ba kabongbong ba ru kabane vo ko ruzi tu dale retiola kere kwinansa toto.
So scenario 2 is for Ojaba and Ojali, and the issue there is fighting.
Dia taziati zoare ani ta Madiaga ngurere krideriko izika gongbawa niledi.
So it's never clear or understood in Madi that a female could actually beat up the husband.
Ado okozia ka gongbana ki ani nzarere ku weli na nzarere ku That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it does happen, but not a lot.
Dia scenario de niga yo ojali ni agodo idi pileri kola koba lalia ne vuru ka ijo kizao ya di ade anombaleria ni di adosiani kizo kita dieru.
So then the husband actually need to sit the wife down. I don't know what kind of guts these guys are gonna have to try to sit this woman down and say, please stop beating me up.
Jo langbale dolo ko yandraga dia ko la ojali ko diofo de adunzidi. Kungu adunziti ko yo adunziti ni ojabaka no mbongba.
And then if this does not resolve the issue, he's got the right to go to the brothers and now tell them what issues he's facing, that the wife beats him.
Leti step number lady okorere agoni dule ko ya dupi adunzi di ko jua maisi kama ngbongba lady ni kesu otanye ruga lunyi de step di du ani ko do ni miara joni ago dinzatore.
So that second step would be the most difficult thing for our brother Ojali to take, because it's just unheard of that you would actually go and accuse your wife that she beats me up. But if it really gets to you, you need to do it.
Jo Ojali adunzi te vorale yo di oba tigara ongole yo di obi ro tino solekpe step zia sire de Ojali ni re namba na joare Ojali kola ko do easy.
Here is that for Ojali to then get married to another wife. Yeah? Yes. Okay.
Dia izi zidukane nane kemane dia ewa ove Ojali ka easy mbina si ko bado langba de dia easy bong bare dia ansa dia kon dia monopoly yo dia competition kore ni kore atandare dele wa dodo ani contract Ojali ni ko lo ani to ni wa jo dia okweri na anyesua sasga langba de ko eyo alo ko le asofria kidebu ni na ikemanle ki andare.
Okay. The support for this argument is that rather than asking Ojali to leave, Ojali gets married to another wife, and now there's competition. And I can tell you, if that was me, I wouldn't go back to that other house. I don't want to receive any more beating.
Ajo na ikoro ledi dante ojoni. Rari ledi kemani ado steps. Madule lazina mberi, what would the traditional Madi approach be? Zolazia mania amadun zitiavon zitoria aki lazile de tia manzara.
Thank you.
Please.
I think that's a really good traditional approach. That's a really good.
All right, is it Nadi?
That's good. That's a really good.
Now, let's try this just to balance or to just make sure we maintain the flow of time. If you think your questions or your recommendations have already been mentioned, please, we're more than happy for you to take that credit. Okay, just let it pass, so we just keep on. Yeah.
Thank you. So we only had time to cover the first scenario for Lalia and her husband.
Yep.
So the issues we identified, so domestic things that identify domestic abuse, we said so there's social isolation, there's concerns for Lalia's safety, there's financial abuse, emotional abuse, there's lots of control, potential physical violence as well, and there's psychological abuse going on. For the second part of that question, how can Māori community leaders and cultural systems intervene without breaching Australian law? Yuma suggested for Lalia to actually reach out to her brothers-in-law. So traditionally, you'd reach out to the family, see what the family have to say about it. Usually your husband's brothers might be able to talk him into relinquishing some control, or maybe tell him other ways of approaching that situation. We also said the community can reach out to her since she's being socially isolated, so she may not even know that there's people for her to talk to. So, maybe our women's leaders or, the community leaders can reach out to her and say, hey, we haven't seen you in the community for a little while, what's going on? Is there anything that we can do to bring you in? Is there anything we can do to support you? We could also do culturally sensitive counselling. I think culturally what we do when there's conflict in the home is we gather elders that will be able to sit the couple down and talk them through whatever issues that are happening. And so somebody suggested that we do that for Lalia and her husband. We could also educate them both, the couple, on Australian law and what it's like to be married in the country, what to do and what not to do, what is abuse, what is not abuse. It may actually be that he doesn't know he's abusing her. He just thinks, the husband's the head of the house, so he must take control of things. We also said the very last one is to maybe help her by referring her to community or local providers or local services that might be able to help her in terms of her visa issues. So if she's feeling trapped and controlled because she's dependent on her husband due to visa issues, maybe there are people in the community, her local community, that might be able to help her with that issue. So if community elders know or have relationships with their local communities, that's something that they can do as well. That's it.
You want to add from your trip? He wanted to add from his team. I'll get you to, you can add, yeah.
Okay. Can I talk in Madi or?
Yeah. If you want to, it's easy in Madi, yeah.
I'll translate. Okay. You have another speaker?
No, unfortunately. Just the one.
Oh, okay. All right. Madi to say.
He would like to speak in Madi. If we're to follow our culture. Back then, in our Madi land, if a girl marries into a family, so there will be dowry paid after this girl. So where would this dowry go? So the brothers will sit, and then they will choose the elderly wife in the home. That money then gets given to her. Then she would take care of this money at a place that's in a granary, as we mentioned earlier. So at a time when a son wants to marry, then the family would sit. Then this wife would be asked to go and get this money. So tables the money. Then the money will be used as agreed. So if it was me, I got my my money. My wives will look after this money. If we want to use this money, then we'll ask my wife to get that money and used appropriately. That's for if it's at home. Now that we're in the Western world, then the issue of looking after money comes in. Usually that's where conflict starts. If then we follow the culture, then open just one account. If any need arises, then you use that money. It's the same scenario as the wife is looking after the money. If you are able to understand yourselves, then issues wouldn't go outside. Something that he would like to say when we were coming into Australia. Yeah, just time.
Okay.
I used to train people in driving. I've opened one account, but then he found actually man cheats.
He
would say, I want to go home, and then, so I'll build a house so that the kids will also go there. Nhớ có tự nhiên đi tía đó là bạn đây. Yang bakal ada di bawah.
Anjo Karako, my group number Suni present out.
Thank you so much. I'm representing group number 4.
Marulagua Beatrice.
Those are her names.
Ma zangwa ta banu jumada ko yana suru to maswa ba basko ni ma dia doane ko ma potozi ongo ma doane odupe. Question ama mema tezu diarore ama how can cultural value and legal obligation work together? Dia ami break ado group lady say.
Should be talking to the first question, and they have split it into 2.
Cultural value badi madi de tijore ama yo kole ajo anyi ngoro nya goto akole anyi ma ikole anyi ditoka na nyangasi atisi pa anyi devokare anwe.
So the first thing that you need to do is sit down between yourselves and solve the issues first before you actually go to someone else.
Ojo ado anyama adani makpe ado anyi ma obile anyi do anya goto anyi ma yulepe ngoro to solo a step lamberi ni do anyi guanya oziga nya male ni genile ware ni guya already.
So if that first step fails, then you speak to any of your friends that you trust.
Zonyama friend ni gele na iyo ni do nyenga ni mwingo ni nya agore di dado askwela dada obiro lalia ne emudia ago edzini dia amazia malele gare dia lalia dia agore dia a ole agore dia yo do lalia dia agore dia yo na lalia ni eta dia de ago itere dia kakado anini kondia mi opore sire ade.
Okay, so what we did was, and we asked if Lalia came, the husband brought her, and who did he introduce to her first as a brother-in-law? And if there was no an actual brother, then who did he actually introduce to her as a family?
Jo nani Lalia ni jo ado brother-in-law na identify as a brother-in-law as well as they are
So once this person is identified, she needs to go to them.
Lakini jo brother-in-law na ojola kara emu ba ivrura ado brother-in-law no mai ko lekpe ala kuraka ki proceed court ya community batiga.
So then, if the brother-in-law couldn't resolve it, the next step for Lalia to do is to go to the community executives to resolve it.
Like tabani dia taban Lalia ni dia no simadia ko baruna jo ago yang banyira ini borong-borong ani donyi rutai ngo ni baraga gana du tomi donyi ganyi wanyi de lakini jo Lalia suwa sana brother na ni kan ana toa ku ko ngako mu brother na di do ago ke ko mukabu na konna adi dua di kakemu adi lejoli dua di bavuru Lalia no te ko legi keswa dalele ago le andaunzi balala adi ko mwengu ko le ago ko data ko ya ko angengwi baru gize Lalia ne ko danga ngwi anyabanto anyiko lejoli diko.
Yeah, part of that is that back home, when you feel now you had enough, you want to go, you go to a brother. You go to your brother, and then people that would, your husband has to come. And when your husband comes, sits with your people, and unfortunately, if this guy happens not to have paid the dowry, and then they will tell him that, sorry, you need to go back home and come with your elders.
Tabane agosti ka ki okumba tiri do nying ba do ko lope do jo lope lo fole diga o va diga ka ki ado ko ke kasurpe ko ende kasurpe yo le ko kezi ze do ao.
So I think what happens is some men use this as an excuse that they would beat up this woman, and when she leaves, and then he get asked to pay a dowry, be like, no, I don't have any. And he uses that chance to get married to another one.
There in another hands, Australian law there ami concluding jo leyo laleo du pati madi dere o duao ko ongo yo anaka mundo Australia di duao atiki da man kura kolo kazingwa ma adu women refuge kosa agoni kimani kwa godere ngwengo na man refuge.
Okay. Yeah, so now what happens is, if Lalia chooses to not follow the cultural way and wants to use explore the pathway of Australia, what would happen is that there are avenues that she can actually use. One of them is called women refuge.
Yala dia okuma kake deal okuma to dia na ma esu tuele foka ban di bana nte tuele ne kama no yorane ke work domestic violence and all these things. So yeah, daughter na dia okuma ke deal to donel dia deal na tuen ku karo be alera ada nyanzo ka lera ka kama busi salera ele di choice na ba yito ba modia la ko ndia ne tuele ngo ya manzo person.
All right, just to summarize the last bit, what she said was that once now it gets into the hands of the authorities, the community is removed, the cultural ways are removed. Now the government deals with that. And according to her, dealing in that area doesn't look too good because it gets expensive and you can actually get isolated. Sorry, I'll come to you. You can come. You can come so people can see you.
No, I reckon just Thank you.
You
Can
sure?
they hear me? Hello?
No, you can keep keep it.
Give me this.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Oh.
Oh, here. Yes.
Nico is crazy.
Sorry.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. We tackled the first question in the case of Lalia. Yes, Lalia. We didn't get to do the second scenario because we had a lot of points. We have an essay here. So in her scenario, the types of abuse that we identified was coercive control, financial abuse, and emotional abuse. Coercive control in that her husband was limiting her social interactions. And before we do talk about the interventions, we believe we should bypass the community interventions that we have currently in the context of Lalia, as she's experiencing numerous domestic violence issues. Just because currently, the way that we do community interventions as they are at the moment is we want to have the elders come and sit and have a discussion with everybody in there, and most of the time the victims don't even get to speak truthfully how they feel because everyone is there, and yeah, it's just everyone's there. There's no confidentiality and all your business is out there. And if the couple has children, most of the time in our community interventions, the way we do it is we sweep things under the rug so that people can stay together for the sake of the children, which actually affects the people in the marriage and the children in the long run, just even though it's not prevalent in the time of the discussion. And another thing is we normalize victim blaming when it comes to women, and when it comes to men, we don't believe that they can actually be in these cases of abuse. So sometimes you'll find that men are not actually speaking out because if they're being shamed, that they're allowing that to happen to them. So the interventions that we have come up with as a group is, one, we need to create safe spaces in the community rather than, we need to create safe spaces and maintaining confidentiality. One being that, we need to create safe spaces, and when we have these things, first, in this situation where you find yourself that you're in a domestic violence situation, like Lalia, I think the community forums where they have the women, groups or the men groups, I think they need to have domestic violence teachings, and so that people can be able to identify what domestic violence looks like, because sometimes the victims will not come and openly say it, but if you as a friend can actually identify, actually this person is actually going through this, it's easier for that person to talk. And another thing is when we have if now you're able to identify that you're in a domestic violence situation, try and solve it between the two of you before bringing anybody else in the picture. And another
second page more.
Yeah, I'm about to get there. And then number 3 is to have neutral parties. I know it's not very prevalent. I mean, it's not what we normally do, but we usually go to families. But this is conflict of interest. It brings conflict of interest because as a woman, sorry to say, to the point that we had previously, but as a person, if I'm going through my domestic violence and I go and speak to the person who is the brother, I may not say exactly everything that needs to be said because there's conflict of interest. So I think as a community, we need to normalize actually acknowledging that we're not professionals at dealing with certain things in this domestic violence things, and actually reaching out to people who actually can help, and not making it a taboo to actually integrate the Australian law to seek help. Because just because it says Australian law, it doesn't mean it should be scary, because most of the times they actually intervene first before it actually becomes a legal matter. So we should first try and discuss it at home. If it's not working, then bring someone else who will make the matter confidential, not spreading it everywhere. And because the community is not equipped to deal with all these matters, actually outsource, get social workers, get mediators who study to do these things to help resolve the situation. Did I miss anything? Okay, that's that.
I think, I found it very interesting from those groups, as young as they are, but they pointed out quite.
All right, I think it comes to the last group, and being the last group is really good for me. I'll only take a quick minute to summarize what some of you already said. It seems like we are repeating ourselves, and our groups has been given 2 questions instead of all what is up there. We only pick 1 more question. We were asked to identify what causes the domestic issues. You know, Lalia and Michael marriage issues. So our groups comes out with a couple, but because of what we already said, I'll only just mention 1, which is the most critical one for Lalia. She is actually being financially controlled, or which is financial abuse by the husband, Mr. Michael. I'm very sorry for Michael for what he's doing. And as a summary as well, we thought we should not reach, I actually thought it is not a good thing for me to go to Ojaba and Ojali issue. So that first one for Lalia. And the second option was their emotional abuse by Mr. Michael to their wives. That could be also part of it as well. So when we come to the question of what does the Australian law requires in this case, I may not say much in this regard because I also do this part of job as well. And I don't want to break it down to you guys, but there's somebody who is a lawyer, a professional mention. But I'll give a quick review of what our groups come up with. But I'll actually change it around from point to point rather than just going from what they have put here. So to me, I would prefer first what Lalia should have done to share it with the family members. If she has Agore, what we call, or maybe and the Olotu or Eda, Adwa, or anybody in that family line, to put this issue down with them to discuss it. And if they can, she can involve the community leaders as well and the social workers at the same time, so that they can discuss this issue before reaching to the law. But if we refer to the law, it means we need to get straight to the point of calling the police, reporting it to the police, or reporting it to the family law, which is a different branch with domestic violence, and which is under the Domestic and Violence Criminal Act 2012, which I prefer is not the best thing for Lalia to go that way. The best option is first to go with the social worker and the community leaders to sort it down. But if things didn't work, and as my group says, it's better to report it to the police and they should deal with it. And in that way, we should not dwell to what will be the cause or what will be the determination factor that will make Michael to actually get involved in criminal activity like going to the jail or anything. That's none of our discussion. Last, somebody says there was a women refuse if there's issue between these two families. And for the men, I would like to give you a tip as well. We have one, actually two. So if you're part of it, and in Ojaba and Ojali issue, if you're one of them, I'll recommend you to go to the men's helpline. This is something to deal with actually women going violent toward men. And you are actually allowed to go and call this line or either to report to them and get help from them. Or the second one is men's safe space. This is the second option for you to go and get help from. So we have help to get to. We have a place to go and get help. Don't just sit down there. Just please give me a call. I can also give this line directly. I can call them for you. Thank you.
Our time is gone, but do you want to ask me the question? Is it quick? Or did you want to say something? How long is it? I'll just put this on you. And put on your shirt. That way we can hear you. Oh, we'll just hold it. Oh, sorry. It's okay, I'll hold it.
Hello everyone, I know I came kind of late, so oh my gosh, I'm kind of shy. But I wanted to talk about my perspective on domestic violence. What is domestic violence? Domestic violence is one out of many variations of abuse that can happen in places, in this case, the home. Kinds of abuse that happen in the home are physical, sexual, psychological, and so on. With domestic violence, it can happen anywhere. Some people you may have experienced it, you may have, or somebody you least expect can be experiencing domestic violence. Domestic violence can end in many things, including PTSD, trauma, permanent damage to your mind or body, depression, and sometimes suicide. Long-term effects are that a person can be conditioned to it so long that they may excuses or insist that they are fine when they aren't. Because of domestic abuse, thousands of women and children mainly get killed globally each year. In fact, 51,100 women and girls were killed by intimate partners, their significant other, parents, anyone close to you. In 2023 alone, if this perpetrator is caught, via actions like abuse, like child endangerment and child abuse can be made, including a few others. Wait, I also have like another one on, I made on like, should I read it? Is it okay or just no? Because we can just skip it. I myself have personally made another story that reflects on Layla's story. Okay, let me read my own. Temporary was a mother woman that migrated to Australia with her husband Ted and 2 kids from a refugee camp. Temporry's husband often had a short fuse, so simple mistakes and accidents made him furious to the point where he would start abusing her. Ted would often go through her phone and demand that she cut contact with people she knew, using the kids as leverage or as slave abuse too. On top of that, since Ted had full control of his family's credit cards, income, and funding, he would use it to his personal advantage, splurging on expensive items and alcohol. Because of this, Terry feels trapped and is scared to say something about it, fearing Ted will do something to her and was her kids. Yeah, that's all. But like, yeah.
You know, I think I'm just going to summarize it. The scenario covers. Sorry?
Just one question, very fast. Will be homework for them.
They are called what? Can I just
Can
you write it for me?
No, I just want to speak.
Oh, okay. All right. So, what the scenarios that we got you to discuss covers all forms of domestic violence. Now, Auntie Aneta has clearly put there the definition of domestic violence from a Commonwealth legislation, but under Queensland legislation, it's under the Family and Domestic Violence Act. In New South Wales, it's a different legislation. But the whole idea is that there are different forms of domestic violence: emotional, psychological, financial, sexual, and it's something that impacts not only just adults who are fighting, but children are often victims, or they are exposed to domestic violence, and it has significant impact. Now, one of the most important things is that when there is a high level of violence, and we're talking about physical violence, often police will get called. Now, if police is called in an incident, usually police have a right to take a domestic violence order against who they believe in the situation is carrying out that act of violence. So when police comes to your home or somebody calls, and sometimes it's our neighbors, it's actually not us who call, or it's not the victim in the home, whether that be the man who's getting beaten. I've seen situations where neighbors have called because they heard chairs being thrown, they heard, and this particular situation I bear in mind, these people were fighting not in English. And the neighbors called and said, we heard them screaming and things like that, and police were called, and they ended up putting a domestic violence order on the man. Now, their circumstance is different, but once we fall into this category where police get involved, our cultural practice is going to have some issues, because once a domestic violence order is placed on somebody, that's an extra special law for them. And in Queensland in particular, it doesn't allow for third parties. When someone has a domestic violence order against them in Queensland, you can't, the person who is perpetrating domestic violence, the law actually says, the order says you cannot ask someone on your behalf to go and mitigate the issue. You cannot go ask someone to go speak about the matter. So you can't ask Nyagore Kimukuduta. Or, you know, in the situation of the man, you can't go ask your brother to go and talk to your wife who already is a victim, or they're aggrieved in a domestic violence order. So that's a big issue. So when we do engage our community, I want us to bear that in mind, because Queensland legislation in particular recently made it a criminal offense, so our elders, our leaders could get in trouble. So let's be honest when we do discuss this matter, when we do bring it to our community leaders, so that if you know you have an order against you, be clear to the leader, so the leader doesn't get in trouble. So that's why we thought it's very important to note that domestic violence is not a legislation for everybody, but it captures the two parties who are in a conflict. I'll let Auntie talk a lot about the impacts, because I think there are significant impacts on domestic violence.
Okay, ngeswa zengburungbure iyaga, it impacts ba ni mori bonjitiri zozore nega. Ngeswa kang bingbe ezira, bingbe kolwa bonjitiri nisai, bingbe kolo aida bonjitiri kake ende ni tabel kakolo ende toireo. Ngeswa dija bonjitiri ode endega. So kabani mori bako mori ako. So Nyeswa Bondisiri Deliri exposed to domestic violence can affect in many ways. The way they think, cognitive capacity in school, concentration, Nyeswa domestic violence toreniga, Nyeswa Bondisiri lady sukuru gasa edeki tatuiko. Ango Nyeswa de dabarangwa ole sukuru aga Nyeswa kori chiri kende kiza. Adijua laponia kaba isiki, lakini laponia nae onde kinya barana behaviora Nyeswa tebe jozara ane anyija maditi sisae neighbors ke mkatangba sukuru Nyeswa kevuka ado edera Nyeswa barangwa lede kata sukuru disa baanda kwe ka mental issues edi ado sikubara lede liri asila zaga dia nikidado oni kwa eujegana ko ado tako muni yae so Nyeswa barangwa zore ata tikakuja this one chorus now, that is how things are done.
Nindera, that is the way how Madi Ole, that is the way a man should behave, or that is the way a mother should be like. Nizwaki pass on, it will be a circle of domestic violence. So called an intergenerational issue. So call a condemnation lady or so other necessity, tabekala di kucho jota diarura, ni ta de ado ngwalongosia, ole ade toa muresia, ole barango adoya, ingoni, so other necessity, tabo ojota diarunza. So di daba nyito, bakolo diade. Anyeri recommendation bazi bake ukalere sara, dadu aja kalere akutiri, amadura ade kompala ko eta badidiare. So disido, nyezua ba chiki badidiare li fenza mani pelere, madi badidine I work zitisi diako. De oba ki workere kola ake akoba ko mu chiki diare sa oko nira, o badinare sa akoba karaloga, dudu ko tamundu baga ko jedo tamundu bagara ko e too late. Third party ole rokorong bay. Next. Yeah, so our resources tebe ojo lady identify resources here do. So resources are the nyesua easy amani arini ojo no sitaledi ojo agore toro ojo ki community tora nyesua de so oh edite zimani police oh ade abamani camera oh ide ngoni so lady tikidiare namba nabati 800 ado 1800 respect line lady easy kasesawa agosa kasesawa tenye suji domestic violence ni relationship gana agosa kedawa ogologo resources badi tema Australia gadi abadi tema Queensland gari sa maba resources lady nira mata lady bati bakuti community badi nigara ole community badi kedua ko baba nire sumara me print atabe out dudu madia la lokoi suara so ni QR code na je ni du QR code na teke nona ni press ni mbeka ni website jinza godo ni tala kuchira kanya understand awa so ni tagama do no si malaizo anyitore ni conclude.
Okay, it is domestic violence is a prevalent issue even in our community, even if we don't see a lot of it. I'm happy to say that I don't see a lot of it in our community in terms of the court space, but I know that it's not something that is foreign to the court. Message to leave with, there is help, and if you do need legal advice, there are free legal services, whether it be women or men. In terms of legal, you can get free legal advice about the subject matter. Auntie put clearly there, Legal Aid Queensland, community centres. In each state, your community centres can give you free legal advice about the subject matter. So if you find yourself needing extra protection, and I'm talking about extra beyond what you can already reach, because we do have wonderful communities and people in our communities that can help.
Sorry, I'm president to you all. I know it's a really, really interesting and necessary topic. Like any Madi, Larikose. Gabriel Bishop Diamond, the Cameron Salad, so basically by Corrigando, and then at that decor. Danga number came with a tigare, Mamajora K, Bishop Diki Mandi, Netta Pay, for Tantos Gambi. Sama di daerah dia seni mi alonisu, zoagaria. Seni mi alonisu lai, garu ke daerah. Allo, Alfred eberu kezro amane tinove ediga, nemberi amba madi MCC ede ini leje kue bala masaman gando. Jadi besi malu malah maju are aku bi man loso do bunyira sa novisi lagi detir nama banyak juga. Re saat kule dangi tu aku bisa nak kole. Sa saba minusu nos dina sei kula ba kolo langue zore olongwe suzora nei kebe do sa kolo bana asi So Sabah means Medina, Bakalangwe. So by 7:30, we'll have to be outside of this room, okay? That gives us enough time to tidy up, leave the place that we found. Now, I'll welcome Alfred. This is another very, very important section. None of these segments that we have is less important, but they're all important. But this, to me, I talk out of experience. I see it, I feel it, and I complain about it. But now let's be attentive. If you are like me and you experience it, now let's hear what Alfred's going to say.
Sekalako, mazi yenye kwichidulaka, mama nzori, amba rurua, Madi, MCCA, Madi Community Association Australia did.
Not to waste time, I would thank our MCCA leadership.
Amba Madi Queensland D.
Our chairperson of Queensland.
And
all our visitors that have come from interstate, we agree to all.
Topic diadom kelemani maumarizu diarule ani maditi.
The topic that is given to me that I'll be speaking about is Madi language.
Anyizbati bedi evukadi eze program de corridiari so kerodia badani ruiterika.
So for those that came early, you were given time to introduce yourself and explain where you came from. I was listening from the back there. You would realize that out of the row of the seat, maybe one or two people can speak the language. So it actually indicates that it's a sickness now to speak our language. If we don't put effort into it, it will remain or end with us that can speak it.
Ongo adota kezi abani ni diureka kosa maditi joka kolobani okone adota kobani.
I will give time for questions, but briefly I will introduce the main topics and we'll discuss why we think it is that we can't speak our language.
Ongo tebe sadi adita ezul liri leti ovi abi ebeni di culture diledi maditi ako tale di ko mupe.
And we've been speaking about our culture. Without the language, none of this survives.
Disido adivadita esu esu leti ovi maditi kaba ikonye abi badi de tambazore ibakata jo dieru.
So the thought that we're going to get would be about how we can have our culture survive through our language.
Ongo nasi ma iya nyiditore ra ovingo nere adi amu anyito ao kosanyi ke bani ao mujo andaga bani ridojo kosa bijo ado adi moringwi gangwa do adi do maditi jole ban lo fogare.
And so what I would request from all of us is like how then we can proceed in a way that we can reintroduce speaking our language.
Maditi ni jore ani tiungwele enga bonyi ungwele Central Sudanic language. Ani aruna tiko tano simudina maditi ni ane alojona.
So in that Central Sudanic language group, you would find around 30 groups, but Madi is one of them.
Kende nikarare ani ba maditi jokare adi ungwe Madi ongo kare kakengala kasiri kakenga ndole ewo South Sudan diga kosa ewo Uganda diga si.
So the name of the language is same as the people, and for us we came from either South Sudan or North Uganda.
Amanyito adi ba ungwe Madi lakini tibadi adi ungwe Maditi.
We call ourselves Madi, but the language translates to Maditi, which is Madi language.
Desidu country rele diga nzanzare ba Maditi jokare kenga je South Sudan diga se adi esuma gwi county ga ongo wo Uganda diga sinya esu kare no sungwele district ajuman diga moyo ongo oko bonyi sato merere ga ganwado we bonyi di en sam ba maliti joka na a so do bana sururu ya nguna no sigimara suru zikito
the area that you'd find mostly where the language is spoken in South Sudan is Magwi County, and then in Uganda you'd find around Adjumani, Moyo, and the area of Lugbara or Bongi.
Ani ti nyesua adi joa udugu kare fulaka efore adi ngwe tono language ba language diban lo foga adia ovido antianeta ti Uncle Silva ti onikita lady adigote tanala kare adi jo udugu kare fone udugu vuru agaga kuso udugu flattere ovia di jo adore tina na anani.
So our language is very tonal and it's either flat, high or low.
Ovido joma bana example kedia kurukuruwa tea.
So
tea.
One of the examples he's giving is that mouth.
Ongo jome chodu kunane karosi ti ai maya tea lady deado ane a cow.
That's it. Yeah, right there.
Nderache tea.
Yeah.
Already it's so tanekwira.
So it's very tonal. So it's one word can mean a lot of stuff.
Yeah, example na ya doki sa ne obviously mamu into details ko weli Madi diru nirega statistically estimate na ba anyi tonzako ba ngwele Madi de suru Madi de no si weli si ba real for mia sum dilimbiri talo mia nato.
And we are not that many people. Just around about 429,000. We might be the minority in many of the tribes.
The
good thing is we are hard-working people. We can do things. Majority are in Uganda, and us who came from South Sudan around 30,000.
Ojana obviously, Madi zibati enisa gangwa do avaga Congo gesi banana isa Madi, lakini ya welinza kuna ojana obviously. Isa ya okay, welina ya gana kake telfu eritato.
And due to armed conflict, some group moved towards Congo, and they're there. They're around about only 2,000 people.
This don't Tony. No si adi rake adoleti ovidi ado maditi ko dabani lofoga bujo maditi ko rezo na ado no si jo odu anyi to dia ni sa de ado de otako bani list jo ado ki esu ovi endo presentation de amayobatina rega kwale abaka nzuru bako ya talede lakini sana obviously already okay man warning ra de ama mutalede dereko.
And so if we were to sit down and talk about the thoughts that we would present on how to preserve our language, there will be so much to talk about. But because of time, I wouldn't have to go into that.
Mamu dadu interu koso mamu ya rongorongo niga yayado leje kwina yayado.
So there are a lot of reasons.
No se ko mi alo kusa mi risa wa jori anyito amo abakore ndwala abakonze dibanai. Letia namba lono simaliti badi kodare as a historical jabane okumane adomoru bale kole ti aloriba kojoao ovido do bongwe banyito e wo South Sudan diga maba South Sudan gare okuma Vangwele the day of very British day of Emokiro no si Egyptian toba kichara ole be sanasi jo bakati yo kola bako yo munduti ao ongo sukuru gasa bakini ao lady ingbe problem badi ore la kala ese.
So you would find historically we were forced to speak one language, and that language is foreign. So when the British came, they introduced a language to us. We'll need to speak that at home and learn in schools as well, and that's where our problem started.
Problems in an amberi nyende ovide ado no si jonyende baruna sisai bakenga talo agasi bakevukare ngoleta unriga ebuni ovisi de ado bakoro yone de sa madunza mambonzi zibati engaki madi gana speed ado kakoro Kampala tiga si wala zinza ga se ngone ebuni ovisi kakire hunane evoki jonane bonzi siria idea yazile de batika evukaka esu environment laka madi tiujoko ovie evudore evoki loso dileti ovie budisi lakini de ado ai karole de ganye su ojoka kibia isa ya bonzi siri nile kojoki madi tisai effect ma ado na dikolwa like neighbors di nyesua bo tasiko.
Immigration is another big factor. Mainly people will leave the villages to come into towns to find work. And when they bring their families with them, there's a little effort that they would put into encouraging these kids to continue speaking Madi. And that leads to a decline in speaking in Madi.
No se ama Madi ga no si badi bandere ga jonde yi to dia ru ban lo foga ko sa nyinga mazi nyimu baru nyi cheki. Nyesu tazibati materials language based material la esuka na okpo tabuku ani sile obido dia munduri dia nyimi no nyeze novels an yola ingone ne esuka na okpo da ko badi e wo madidiga amala ko siba madi tu sika re ojone joga ko sa iyo.
You would find that we don't have a lot of written materials available for people to consult. Even if you go home and check, there is that shortage of materials that kids can actually use to, or even the adults can use to reinforce speaking the language.
Zina relate of no so ja dis lady that we call ba anyi sa ba anyi toto. Be vuka de ado vukev diga de. Be vodi ani be vo atijoare ba ke vura ba disiko. Amala be vodi ani ojo oro re ba ni vuga. Be vo kev do. Disido esuba situation alo arega. Oja onya bani vuledi kinyana mdiri sondera de ado sa bakare su de oloka onya de ado ba esuba dia oba ba evuka kare zonye benya karera osuru nyim nyolo kare adi timbiri jola kao de ado challenge la kale dia re nyesua koba madi ala londeko madi tijoka ne ani koba ne
yeah, just for example, all of us that are in Australia now, we came into a foreign land due to conflict that had been going on in our countries. In South Sudan, it went for over 20 years. And so when we come into this place, we get to learn the language and we assimilate into the society, and then it becomes really difficult for us to continue speaking our language.
Grisi disi kosa masama olo choe mesutawa ebuni ovisi robia ni lejo salaka ongoba kondea jo maditi oni madi ojo nyijo maditi nyijo maditi ledi majo mamuto dingo kama na ruteji.
And so the other challenge that we have is that work or anywhere you want to do something, it's in a different language. For where we're at, it's English. And then if you try to tell somebody to speak Madi, the question they might ask is, what would I do with this language? Where would it take me? For that, maybe let's just speak English, because it won't take us anywhere. And that is the start of decline in Madi language. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. Amalako parents kondea kaki juajo nosi aikinia ya bonzitiria ya ongo parents nazikondea ko juaka anda madime mudiare nosi manere majomani munduti koro kala de ado sade keremana ndi kala mini munduti sade se bazo majoko amalako tazikiti remenga mundu digana yo joma baruna bakateri madin lady.
So something that it's a good motive. But what we do is that, because if I wasn't learned, I didn't go to school, I didn't speak English, and I'm here now, I would like to take that opportunity to actually learn and speak English. And that way, when I go home, I can demonstrate that I'm actually from Western world. There's some challenge questions that being forwarded onto a lot of people is that, what shows that you're from Western world?
Yeah, so this look at your car, my one today, and you school gonna say, I say, and you demand masama.
So then, what would end up doing in this scenario is that we'll tell the kids to speak English to us so we can actually learn.
O zinare kesu ove de avare to dore mundu te jole generation safety re. Bonzitiri ya do anisa kake ndea de ado ya dunzi ko sa ya bonzi ba ze buka skuru agare ba ti kake ti denere jo ka ama tedia ama madi ti jo kare ama de amuri ama wele no site mudi ko sa to isa ama jo ama voto dingo disidu tale de ba ti ebe banira ujo bani ti ba ziko jo are ya yesu na isara na isa lady kabazi and sakaba maditi joka bota silakako.
The other challenge that young people do get is the peer pressure you would find that when they're in schools, the friends speak other languages and there might be 2 or 3 of them in the school that could speak the language. And so they become friends. The only language that they could understand their friends with is English. And they'll be like, all right, why would we speak it? We can speak it at home. Let's just continue with English.
Zinare tesa already boyo ta diaru diara la ove no sibaka rudodo madi zinare kolo madi ko kosa easy kolo madi zi agona kolo suru ziga kosa go madi go easy na suru ziga la do ove nai.
The other one that we spoke about earlier is intermarriage.
Ani la do lo sore lakini aruna anyivo anyido aruzile deado bodurura de adi tie di joao.
Tabani ko wato de. So it's a good marriage, but the question you would ask is, if we're married now, which language should we speak or teach our kids?
Anyilerora, Yesu aruna de ado ko le jono ko. So ago ite ka yo ago ko yo pe medzi ole madu suruga de ati di ko le ole ojo maditi ao izi na soko ya mange mama ne manga sima so me mundu diga de nyi kalam far nya maditi to ole tidi ni ronde Yesu aditiri ko na ngbe won zitiri ka rondilele agaleria ti eni jole na yo.
So there might be disagreement on the language that you two might choose to speak. And so the album would say, all right, because I married you, you have to speak my language. And then the wife goes, why would I? I can speak mine or I can just speak English.
Okay. Naita nosrongorongo mo vilema male ani bani problem do to anyendeni maditi joka ngwi bani ditiri ne ausi ado yae musi nao lakini tema jojo kala na ani do esu ke bani te sadi ani bakore anyito bako ya na ni no sadi adi reason se suko mi alone interesa wa lakini sana obviously ale ebe nani adi oluzi esuru adi duade nta tiarunase.
So these are the key points that I thought I would bring forward. Due to time, there were segments that would have had discussions, but now we might have to leave it here.
The reality of Madi adi joy kadi sa kabai konye dore tebeta dibanza ready adi tiri anyera wa display anti nete abalena Madi gala zekare dengo na do anyine ro lady taledi kwiti o vili ni nabati esudore Madi ako nyili ni esupe lini na ole nyo Madi wa.
And so this is the challenge now. All the teachings, the cultural teachings that were presented earlier, for you to meaningfully receive that learning, you have to speak the language. If you can't speak it, it will make less sense to you.
And no zitebe na ba already ni ba mbore bonzitiri to o tiga na ina na eti ovi ba mbaka aya bonzitiri ni dore so Madi ka ba ikonye odo ba di ovi na ba ti ni jo obebi ba di ya do Madi aga odo zibatu tolere na ninga mafulu o wi wala engoni sa anyivu do wi aruko koto kesu odo ere to wala engoni ko pipi na ba ti kwiti bakali ni esula kasi.
So there was one photo that was shown earlier where people was sitting around bonfire. Those were practices how knowledge were passed on, whether being language, marriage, or anything that kids are supposed to learn. That's how they were passed on.
Maditi kiterea nyade ya mama digo nyinya dibanza wani Maditi joka si do Maditi joka ko nyi tere madigo ne pe.
So one of the ways for you to demonstrate you're a Madi person is by speaking the language. If you can't speak that language, then it will be hard for you to demonstrate that.
Yeah. Ongo point zina Maditi kaba ikonyala kare no so be Madi diga adi roba do tisi Keri no so vi opiga ko de mu bazibati vuru regare anisa Madi tikaba ikonyi malaku kite de nyini pelere Madi alalo anya structure ga social structure ga na area na egbu ado taya Madi opira na egbu ado Madi mukungura na egbu ado Madi ovide ne area na egbu ado suru aga sisa bamba zibati suru ndinze karibati sa kaka ya dibanze anisa kwetile di anzenzi na Madi tiko bani Madi tiako tale diko egbu ako.
So explanation of our social structure could also be explained fully in Madi. In that way, we would be able to fully explain the kingship of our social structure, and also then how the family hierarchy goes. It will be easier for us to explain those in Madi.
Oh, the other Madi tiako anyo ready amabori anyitodi adi tede akwebe engangoye. O tebe bazibatika ya dibanze dia kitire ko jama Madizi ma surudene menga mugalegasi. O de amadilere ma jo maru Alfred Tabanozi ma Madigo disibua menga nimulegasi ma suru pavura. Jo taribati ako nyebuko eyo amala kunyitere akwenye ngango yai. Ba de ado jobo ya yito angwele dia ba iniri isi. Ayire muba nga ka West Africa gari to bazi nga Central Africa ga kake ya tijo zo nyijo nya Madi tiku da ga dutakitira nyi Madi ni ovingonere nya dibanza pe disido Madi ti kitira nya nga ngwa kanya kare itere karezi amani ko de anose of very chokasi e wo Uganda diga se ane South Western Uganda adu ngwa Amadi ni na ikitira clearly Madi sa or every karena igana historically the no so on the history body migration DC bana dia do saka itere nani amala ko sai sa e kendo or Madi ani Madi ku de karena rude chorre.
That was fairly long, but I'll try get to it. So what he tried saying was that now with Madi language you'll be able to explain or tell people who you are. When we get out here, there'll be that many black people out there. And with that, you knowing to speak Madi, it will be difficult for you to explain who you are. And in a sense that in Uganda, there's a place called Madi. And that place, that name alone actually tells that Madi must have crossed that area. And then you'll be able to actually tell who you are, where you're from, the place you've been, your clan and everything.
Yizango Madidi ni barago Madidi maluma joyine ane oroko kola nyido Maditi jole ngbe de nyido idokana nyidi nyijo ntika ya ndo na nyido jole voko wi obo de nyesu Madire yizi owira ya.
And so he would actually challenge all of us now to speak our language. It doesn't matter what level you think you're at, speak your language. And
Anyi zibati ovite be mala le na ani kende ado no sizi na suru zigasi kusago na suru zigasi lakini na vicho ani kolo madina nai ole ngbe bonzi tiri anyi di anyi bi azile kusanyi ba kolo family zibati kama di tujo ribati to.
So for the ones that I've married outside of Madi, now my encouragement to you is to straight away start teaching your kids the language. One of the ways to do that is to have your kids mingle with families that can actually speak the language, or other activities that Madi has staged.
Nyidongwe tazibati kende Madi longo Madi di odu eriga de adoba musician Madi agana ya doka kitongo Madi tisi video saka ke online Facebook gasi nyisa kala si nyimungwe longo na bati ko la nyeri ko sa nyibie ku na erele zo nye zibati ongoro na nyeri ku na tui ko la nyizi Madi tinirere konze nyini na eleti ovinyinya Madi tinidore.
And so there are a lot of ways to learn the language. Music is one of them, and now we have quite abundant Madi music out there. You start listening to them. If you don't know the meaning, you can ask someone else, but please don't waste time, get onto it.
Ongo no sitani tia sijo ya do majora and recommendation na kolo ya do lakini tantia sijo kare nyengala kasirba tigasi state gasi territory gasi kare zibati already there in a wiki Madi language ne adora. So opportunity na jo kare nyengala karega kola ngbe korokoro anyi duwa lady anzi obi bonditiri community leaders gas anyi bi ofuna esule anyi bi bonditiri no say any problem tidi ana bati ikonya eleti ovina nasi ganwado kakere nasi ngbe kaki maditi no enika.
So for all of us here or interstate, some communities already have initiated programs that would allow kids to learn the language. And what we need to do now collectively is start having our kids go to these programs.
Cultural practice, ado amarami de abonditiris bati family na bati gar bati to gama do din sakaki jokwe. Dalongo ziledi abondiri kongo atebedia. Mani ku zongo kre. Adi jo lo to ingo ma ezo. Olubaru resi ya goni ku ya mo kuna babo jo mo olubaru maduruko. Bonzi bati evu no jo kita loto dure adota. What is loto? Indara bonzi tiri kakita inyemi. So I think longo na ya gana si bonzi tiri onita oniki vocabulary madidi arune eri na otara.
So we've been doing cultural practices, and there's some children from families that were not able to speak this language. But this particular song he was trying to sing here, they learned it during this practice, and now they can actually understand the meaning of the song, and that's the start of it. So they can now speak the language.
And on I am and they don't begin mananti and I tatinera. O yo de ado de ba di sa muzima madidi zonai de ado kendena ni sai here zonai mori no do bi na mziba nyi ndena zonyi ku eruna si kende teperi lakini aru ama latilatinita madidi emu zona ya gana nzara ko so anyi zibati atika no si holiday ga nyi baruna lelere zonyi tanara adinyimu bare dina ya namba saa nyimu meto awiya do madi ya do museum nai utaki ta ya do tazibati badi yidi even la detail display na bati sa kucha ya runa tabani ni le anyi tonza ngota na bati kaba ikonyi especially la zibati bakozi bako ma ilepe vodega de ari kaba ikonyi la kara.
So Madi community now has a museum in Metal. That's the Ugandan side of the community in Moyo district. For those of us who do visit home, please take time, go on through that building and check for yourself. It might help you answer questions.
Yeah, can manage my presentation okorata sirenare next slide any resources. Yeah, do book zibati madidi no se dia do boss rai say online and say do nyamale ti ovinabati opo and say nyi munye muna zibati ka subscription no se lao ganwado and say kanyaga ikonyi wanya I download bazibati maditi se karibati di and say na kanyaga ikonyi ganwado maditi ni jo disidro madulele ro mbaleria kenon manzo anyo posida ko terikasi
anjo ko self Anita has one thing to say.
So they see do right for la wena ni mu ni zena de ni zena kojoro ni sae ni konyi tara batiri di kinikiti madidi edo bata jore ga deru na so ma anye encourage kwetido anyo vangwena odi la lote ko mwangwena wa oli ni mutoile dikasa angwena anye baro bia na ato madi bondi ikonyi jodu kinikiti idi la ponia lakini resources yo robia nae ado adi resources ededo ongo angwena sa display ya na ba business edaka madi agare eziti konyiki event sara so a business card brochures outside there ni grandpa ina eri alona zina ani care ni ani disability and community service ani alona madiaga madi Queensland garia ma director nai anto kwasi.
Okay. All right, so the raffle tickets now is going to meaning better than what I've explained, but please head out, grab yourself a ticket. You might be the winner, you don't know. And also there's some cuts for businesses within Madi community that have helped this program and will continue helping more programs coming. Go grab some cards, have a chat to them. And now, if I may ask, mani raba and the top, besiba kungoru, nya joro, aku rivuru. De la fuga, I want to talk Alfred. Besi ngoru nya joro, apa kore? Jadi malah mak yop ini, amamba MCC dia ide guy.
Mazi Ilaka, Mada Dide, Amba, Bade,
Wani?
Amba MCCA Dinian and that team today. So ka and that team introduce ra. So anjo kwase.
Tizore manyizi Yesu Kristo arusi manjoke rubani anaba eziko la luga sindo otabo la luga analesi otaro indudia lesi le rubadi.
Firstly, I would like to greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ for bringing us all together in this place.
Maruni Jonah Galai.
My name is Jonah Galai.
Ma MCCA in the Australia gare.
I am the head of MCCA in Australia.
Ma team to ope ama kinyel fueri mudulimbi nasi mba mudulimbi erisi.
We were elected into leadership in 2023 December.
Asko bani constitution MCCA di Ojoa Kenya eri to do office odiri ni adiba office ga.
Because the constitution says after 2 years, the leadership must be changed.
Ebe Indo male mami anyito tami dele kinyeri lady gare.
As such, I would like to share with you what has been happening in the last 2 years.
Ba tezuka tebedia orifuru ojoni Saint Nasar Ganale ba izuta nja.
We've started speaking since midday, and we've spoken a lot.
Ongo ta ba nzele diade lady tangbu MCC or Kavano Doribati.
And so everything that has been spoken about here were things that MCCA has been following.
Kesu ba kokera ingo pisai indera ba mialo kokera sai ranani kolai fo kidebu bani.
Even if you have 100 people giving ideas, those ideas must be translated into action.
Ongo ba nyito nira ado ideas ni ebuidejowa all a city, all the resources, all the manpower, all the ba kede kataledi dere.
And we all know that for ideas to work, it needs money, it needs resources, it needs energy.
That's why MCC ni anebuni ani advocacy marini kama dini legioni voko.
The objective of MCCA is as an advocate for Madi people, because it follows the objectives of what Madi needs to achieve.
So ebe dia male manze anyini kinyiri amalora office gare dia amede aro yai ditiri amesule ribati ongo ba anyi to ari vanda ga ngoni yai
And so I would give you a report of how we've been performing in the last 2 years, the challenges we have faced, and how we can move forward.
Mate adona karekoro Maria TC malema majua nyini di MCCA ni oringoni ai briefly.
Prior to giving the report, I would like to explain the history of MCCA.
MCCA ni ore kinya elfu eri mudulimbi susi.
MCCA started in 2014.
Maybe majore niko lakini OSI Queensland Gadia Aduga Office of Consumer Affairs elfu eri mudulimbi susi ke MCCA ni tiubaka lejo ni tiubaka dodo MCCA komba ko Madi ni parani monigore lejo na orieze.
Perhaps I should correct that MCCA registration in Queensland is started in 2014. Rather, the discussions for MCCA to commence has long been discussed prior to that.
So, OSI MCCA niledi Kenya elfu eri mudulimbi sosiledi MCCA utamadi yule alugasi ebwe si vo ojoni re dichalo.
Since the registration in 2014, MCCA has peacefully advocated for Madi people to come together for that duration.
MCCA
for nine durations rather.
MCCA ni ano kinya ojoni kinyeri tido kake convention ide alo diane di ongo youth conference.
Every 2 years, MCCA hosts two
events.
And one of them is youth conference and the community conference that we are at now.
Okay. Ado youth conference nai yaidi muzito.
The youth conference is for young adults.
Na kake rami.
They'll come and share ideas.
Kake asiwe ayalelegare kake amia.
They'll celebrate together.
Ongo ralo sorry. Kake amia lelega.
And all good ideas will be shared among themselves.
Youth conference in Melbourne.
Youth conference happens in Melbourne.
Ado Kenya elferi durlimbi susi.
That was in 2024 December.
Idero pelere.
It was very good.
Yayevo state territory being bigase.
People have come from different states and territories.
Ongo idero pelere.
And it happened wonderfully.
Osikita yado.
They've written down.
Madika Rinido.
They've written down a lot of stuff that would be left for Madi to use as resources to grow.
Kinyalo se ojoni elfu rimudiri tialelega elfu rimudlimbi eri MCCA data alosa korasco corona se.
Between 2020 and 2022, MCCA hasn't done anything due to COVID. The following are things that I would like to share with you.
MCCA ni ado komurire lady by vorangbing bitojo kikola madike de alo.
When MCCA was getting initiated, Madi came together and said, we must become one.
Atijore ojoke kola MCCA kidebu madini ketita lo sorry madini Australia ga kete madini.
The first thing they said was MCCA must work for Madi people and they are to work and bring good things for Madi people.
Ongo kejiki Madi aga taka Madi konyere anyini development ado economic city ongo opportunities zibatito kola MCCA kejita lady Madi aga ongo talosole di sai kola ami adinzi avunzito baru mariare.
So what they written down is that MCCA should or must bring good things in Madi community, including economic development and other things, and this stuff must be shared with our brothers and sisters back home.
Ongo MCCA kidebo madini bunyi udiga duturibati.
And MCCA is to work with Madi community worldwide.
Ongo Kimba Madi Australia Gare.
And it is to strengthen Madi community in Australia.
Zonyinde ni amathim kinyaridi kojoaro empower and rejuvenate Madi aspiration.
I don't know. You ama kula ko kemori, ongo ngo kurupe kula kenga, ongo ra vozanda garto e.
So the other anyideni tatebe malale to ideas mure adogasere discussion idele ado steering committee idele ribati amajo tale ribati ranai ole madiko be buga.
And so if you realize the ideas that I've shared earlier that MCCA or have been written down, that MCCA is to facilitate this for Madi to put in place. And these are the things that we've done.
Office Ghana, Tazibati Amesu ba Vukandagari Bati Dera.
When we came into office, there are a few things that the outgoing team have already implemented.
Dia ma plan ni sudini amevo ado munduko ja adoto policy objectives. Dia malamida ado yai.
So currently we have come with some ideas or objectives for the future.
Amanzo wanasi azikareni short term, zinari ni medium, ungu zinari long term.
And these are in three categories: short, medium, and long term.
So short term gareni, amajo membership contribution, subscription.
Atiri kule ba kuchiro.
Our membership ado subscription. Ongo Madi ado national consensus. Ongo sana si bank account ni signature efo koro amajokola efo.
Yeah, no, I just think if it's in English, everyone would hear it, so I will translate.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, and then we have convened a meeting with the Madi leaders in Australia, applying for community grants, initiate collection of monetary contribution from state and territory leaders for 2024 Youth Conference in Victoria, fill up vacant positions, and delegates from Madi communities, ACT, NT, and Tasmania, and review, amend, and improve content of Madi convention or conference. So we have in the short-term policy objective, we didn't succeed in gathering subscription fees from the states and territories, except for Queensland. So you Queensland, people of Queensland should be really, really proud of yourself, because you have done something the rest of the states did not do. All the territories, we have persuaded them, we have written to them letters and over letters. They have not responded, but Queensland did, not only with one subscription payment, but double, which is so good. Now, applying for community grants, we did not do that because there is a hurdle, and I'll explain the reasoning behind why we did not apply for them. From our short-term objectives, We have not, the things we have not done is community grants. We have filled vacant position, but actually we fill, and then also some people vacated positions. So it's like some coming in and others walking out. So technically we haven't filled the positions. Review and amend and improve content of Madi Convention. We thought each time when there is a convention like this, we need to reflect on the value of that convention. How good is it? Does it really benefit Madi people? I know, because it's good to host something like this, but then it has to translate to individual benefit for our community collectively and individually. So, and then the medium plan, we thought about establishing constitutional amendment committee, which we did, although they have not succeeded in delivering the task we have assigned to them. That's something we'll talk another time. Develop programs for youth, women, and the elderly. That one we didn't do because you need resources. And we had the idea, but resources was not there. Build MCCA website and social media platform. We did that. I think we are present on all social media platforms. We're there. If you go to YouTube, I think there's MCCA there, Facebook, Instagram. And we did ask one young person, very brilliant Madi young person, who is skilled in technology, especially building websites. We have approached him, and he was quite happy to help us build a website. And then long term, we say to set up Madi language school nationally. You see, there's been a lot of discussion, very interesting discussion about language, especially Alfred Ejotana, Pelere, but he pointed out also the obstacles that is facing the community. So by Anito, we have the skills, Anita TD, Bilal, and the rest of the people who are skilled. I know when I was in Kenya, there were Madi people who were involved in translating the Bible, writing Madi language. So Taledi, we thought about it because that is a long-term objective. If we want to preserve the culture, that is where it starts. First thing, you preserve the language. You preserve the language, you preserve the identity. You preserve the identity, then you preserve Madi as a community. So, and then we thought about building cultural community centers. Cultural community centers, if you look at other communities, Italian, Greeks, and the rest who came here before us, majority of them were not schooled. They were not that educated. They didn't have all these glamorous jobs. They were bricklayers, farmers, but now they own community centers. They own community centers, something that we can do, because raising resources, you don't need 1 million people, you need committed people, those who are really committed for a cause. If there is no commitment, it doesn't matter even if you have 10 million people, they will not be able to do anything. So that is something that we thought about. And now, the reasons of why we haven't succeeded in raising resources, there's legal restrictions. I think the young girl here who spoke would know that very well, and my learned friend Ocholomero will also know that very well. When you register an organization and then they assign to legal status, you are restricted by that legal status, whether you like it or not. And you cannot operate in opposition to that legal status. So we found ourselves constrained. The only place we could apply to for funding will be to apply in Queensland, which then in that case we have to compete with our brothers and sisters here, something that would not be very good. So we could not do that. So what we did, we relied on community leaders or community members to raise funds, especially for the conventions and the youth conference. So that was why we relied entirely on the funding that came through from community members for the conference in Victoria and even for this one. And when you look at it too, even communities are struggling. Members of our community are struggling. to get to be able to contribute regularly. So our idea was to raise funds independently, using whatever means available, legal means. But because of our legal status, not being a national legal status, we cannot apply everywhere. So we are restricted. We talked about, we wanted to do national census, which means to know how many Madis are here in Australia. I don't know whether we have any accurate population data for Madi people, because having a population data, really it's important. It helps us first to know how many Madis are here. Number two, to understand our people, what challenges they are facing. Because you cannot understand what people are going through if you don't know who these people are, what they are doing, what challenges they are facing. So what we tried to do was to establish population data, something that has not materialized, but we hope that in the future it will be addressed. Now, the major project which we had in mind was constitutional review and transforming MCCA into a charity. Now, what happened is this. We consulted with a number of experts in the area of charity organizations, and also we wrote an inquiry, sought advice from the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission. They advise us that there are a lot of benefits that would flow from MCCA being a charity. And now I will share with you some of them. One, MCCA will acquire a national legal recognition, which gives MCCA a status that a recognized legal standing across Australia, not just in one state. So MCCA can operate across Australia. That is something that charity brings to MCCA. Number two, it also helps MCCA to access funding and grants. As a registered charity, MCCA can apply for federal grants, funding opportunities that are, so like we have, based on our constitution, we do have representatives in each state and territory. Now, what happens is that if MCCA had the resources and they have the legal standing that would give it power to operate on its own, these representatives will be able to implement projects that MCCA comes up with across the country, not just in one state. So that's one benefit. And then the other one, the ability to deliver services and projects. As if you see from the 5 reasons that I've shared with you, which the steering committee established, among them is that MCCA has to operate as a national body. But at the moment, MCCA operating as a state, as an organization of state of Queensland. And that limits MCCA from realizing its potential. That is the challenge we are having. And then in effective implementation of constitutional objectives, those constitutional objectives that we have in our current constitution, they are just ideals, they are guidelines, but they need to be translated into something that can benefit you and me. Because, like Australia, they have a constitution, but that constitution itself does not provide services. Those constitutions, they have to enact, legislations, and those legislations need to inform policies, and those policies then go into providing services. So that is something we also thought we would do that way. Translate that constitution into a benefit, something of a value to Madi people. Enhance community impact, because the presence of MCCA across the country, implementing its constitution, providing services, will make MCCA visible and present. And that is why some people are complaining that what is MCCA? Because MCCA is invisible. You can't know MCCA. So MCCA need to acquire that capacity. As I stated, social media, we're on social media website, and we did review of the convention previously, the one that happened in Adelaide in 2023. And this is why this time around, we decided that we need something different. So each convention gives us opportunity to grow, to learn, to improve it, to make it better. Because otherwise then, if we do the same thing every year, same thing every year, it's not going to benefit any one of us. So we need to come up with something different. And I think what I have seen here is great. I've seen really instrumental ideas that people have provided, whether it is about family issues, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's all language issues, culture issues. Those are really important issues in our community, but we need to translate them into something that benefits us. And then the other thing that we also did is have regular monthly meeting, something that, we have experienced the same thing that the previous office under Tiangwa experienced. That some people will put up their hand, which I understand we are all busy. We all have our private life. We are all, committed, family, work. But when you put up your hand, you want to support the community, you must do it from your heart. Don't think about the benefits, the challenges, and all. Just do it from your heart and give your time. It's a sacrifice. So what happened is some of us kept to that decision we made from the first time we met. We said we are going to have a regular monthly meeting, and we did. And that provided us with the opportunity to look at issues, what is happening around Australia. Youth engagement, I think the youth conference provided us an opportunity to link with the young people. Because before when we came, there's been, concerns among young people. Say, oh, we had a conference in Darwin, and there was no follow-up. We have this and this, there was no follow-up. And we thought, all right, now what we want to do, allow the young people to design the conference in their own way. Take control, have ownership of the we can only guide. And we delegated our, information, public relations information, Faith, to go and help the young people. Because we had a youth secretary, but the guy has been inactive. We tried our best to persuade him to be active, but that didn't happen. But Faith helped us to connect with the young people. So that was our way of connecting with young people. But for us to maintain that momentum, we need resources to engage the young people. You cannot engage the young people with an empty hand. That's not going to happen. And then the other stuff that growth and future. What is the future of MCCA looking like? Because it's good to come together. If the whole purpose of having MCCA is just to hold ceremonies like this, absolutely fine. But it's up to community to decide that. Do we want an MCCA that's a ceremonial figure? Or we want an MCCA that is capable of actually addressing the concerns that was raised by the steering committee, address some of the issues that we've discussed about here in the presentations that were given, brilliant presentation by those speakers. So the future of MCCA, for it to grow, it needs to become independent. It needs to have resources. If it doesn't have resources, MCCA cannot grow. And then the other thing that happened was crisis response, and there was a crisis in South Sudan, which MCCA did persuade the community we raise funds to support people who are affected by the incursion of cattle herders into Eastern Equatoria. And the community was very generous. Madi community raised almost $2,000. And out of that, we channeled 1,100 into the account of Equatoria Coordinating Committee. So they received support from Madi people. So we, Madi, should be proud because we are not only supporting our people, but we're supporting the whole of Southern Sudan because Eastern Equatoria is part of South Sudan. So we've done very well in supporting other communities. And also, we've had unfortunate events in our community. There's been many deaths. People pass away. Our brother, for example, Kabara, one of them. And in that time, the community rallied together, the leadership of Madi community in Australia, under the auspices of MCCA. We've managed to support the family financially, but of course, as well as morally. And I think for that one, we just have to be so, we need to appreciate the Madi people for being generous. And lastly, the current challenges, what we have, and future challenges. MCCA has no clearly defined substantive role. Some of the roles the MCCA plays at the moment is kind of duplicating, overlapping. So you have states doing the same thing. MCCA state doing the same thing. So we need to define exactly what is MCCA standing for. Because if it is culture, the states are doing exactly the same. Every state nearly has, I think they have their cultural day. So we need to have that serious discussion about what role does MCCA play in the Madi community. MCCA lacks resources. That's a massive challenge. It cannot deliver projects or implement activities to empower the Madi people nationally. It can't do that without resources. Constitutional amendments need to be finalized because the constitution we have, it does not reflect the changes that has taken place in Madi community. So we need a constitution that is progressive, that takes into account the changes that happen in the Madi community. Now, if we are going to change the MCCA into a charity, then the constitution also needs to be reformed to align with the requirements of charitable organization. So in the absence of the above reforms, MCCA may be confined to playing ceremonial role, just like what I'm doing right now, which is giving speeches, and that's where it ends. And so, recommendation. The role, value, and program of MCCA need to be evaluated, reassessed, and this process needs to be done through constitutional review informed by community-wide consultation. That is our recommendation, that you need community-wide consultation to inform a new constitution. How we are going to, or the community will do that, that will depend now on the decision of members here and those who are not present. The community should consider transforming MCCA into a charity. I can't emphasize that enough. I've provided the reasoning behind that. The election system must be reassessed and improved to create transparency, consistency, and to encourage participation of youth and women. Because all along, it has been men leading the organization. And we don't have young people participating. So it's time for us to empower them. We need to have a system that can take them into account. The term of office for MCCA Executive Committee should be extended to at least a minimum of 3 years. That gives them enough time to carry out reforms or anything that they plan to do. Because 2 years, by the time you get your hand on to what you want to do, 2 years is gone. And that's exactly what happened to us, and I think those of Tiangwa. Develop award system to recognize and encourage creativity and community participation. Because in our community, we have a lot of creative people. We have people with good business ideas, entrepreneurs. And if we can encourage them to participate by recognizing their business, allowing them to come to events like this, or even sponsor such events, I think that will encourage them to work harder and even become good role models to encourage others to follow on that same footpath. I established a dedicated fund to support community crisis response and bereavement assistance. I know in Australia we have funeral insurance. We have that. But the thing is that we do have every now and then crisis that happens, maybe in South Sudan, that affects Madi and those people living around the Madi area. So, like the recent crisis in Magui County, demanded that we contribute money. So our idea is, instead of us contributing money each time there is crisis, why not have a fund established that whenever there's a problem, we can put maybe even $5 towards that fund. It becomes a Madi crisis fund that will stay there. Whenever we need it, we can utilize it. Could be for crisis, could be for anything. But it is sustainable than this contribution that we do at the moment, whereby if there's crisis, it's kind of knee-jerk, reactive response. So we thought you need a considered and sustained system. In terms of funeral insurance, that's because death is a fact of life. And that is something inescapable. All of us are going to go through the same path. So we can either be proactive, plan things out, or we can wait for crisis to consume us. So for us, we thought it's good to take preventative or proactive measures. And having those kind of funds established will give us that leverage, will give us that, if you like, a tool to use when we need it. Now before I conclude, I can't finish without acknowledging, firstly, the leadership and the people of Madi in the whole of Australia. Thank you for giving us the time to be in the office for 2 years. I also can, finish off without acknowledging my dedicated team. I know there are people who raise up their hand, but when things got hot, they jumped the ship. So we were left to fry. So that is something that we need to avoid that culture. I know when Tiangwa, they came into office, based on our constitution, we're supposed to have 21 members of council or representatives, and then we need to have 9 positions filled. So if you see that total of people, they should be able to occupy that part of the hall, a large number. But if you see today, how many of us are here? Myself, Bara, Ivan, Tete. So there's only this of us. And where are the rest? Okay. And I think that is a culture we need to defeat. If we don't defeat, we will go nowhere. Thank you for this opportunity, but we have one thing that we should be doing, but I don't know whether we'll be able to do it tonight. That is elections. We are supposed to do that. But because at the moment, I don't know how we are going to handle that, but I'm going to invite the leaders. I will invite the leaders and representatives of MCCA. We are going to have a quick discussion and then come up with an answer in terms of how we are going to address this issue of election. Otherwise, God bless you. Have a beautiful night. And Zopalanda.
Anjo amba gala tanya jolere oke amane ra bado nya leadership training ite da manera ki da wala zimadi ireke mu da zinye jolere ara hard
Thank you, John and God, for what you've explained. You gave us hope, but I've got one question, and that's because you've said something.
Hardship anye sulere challenges nose ovido sane ovi kele kinyeri leadership ki forora de challenges laka diango maisama mi andere ga dia representatives states de opina dia munde etisikoro ongo territory garibato.
And so the challenge you brought up in terms of the leadership term that you've mentioned, and when I look around, I could not see all the leadership representatives from all the states and territories.
Kid Madima Rakengine ao Bani Angito. Madima there te election and Dodo man there Tisiko. Jesu Anibiawa an extent talent Kenyabo and you make sure and you engage by states got leadership states day and you engage Jai Eke Karaoga election got Karemu Adosko demand the Jorisi Madia Chisiko Manzora.
For him, he thinks that election will happen today. The current leadership should take time. And then organize for election next year. And how do you see that? All right. While you answer that, I've got one more person. Let's just be brief. Just ask your questions, be brief, so you can have time to answer. Yala, ya agak apa agak kaki lazidi, yala general dizia ada teman kawan bes. Nah, yala sih sekolah.
Answer. Okay. Amba tanya jole lady, ani I think leaders Madi state di territory tau. Aisa mikilele gara. Lakini taban renewal is always good. Change kata loss already.
So what you've asked is really great.
Yeah.
The team have discussed.
Yeah.
The new ideas are really great. And usually that's how change comes.
Yeah. The reason need any reason Ambale did discuss and because don't need any reform. There are matter you deliver the I don't know process now a massacre.
So what I'm saying is the reform that I'm talking about,
or agitation for that change.
The initiation for that reform hasn't started with them.
Or
It started earlier.
Amadi amayo dia esu amadi si amaras na kasi amase. Dia jo amavu indo amavu embare dia ama bana nita irikao.
And so we thought that would have ended with us, and when we finish from here, will be a new programs or reforms given to the new team.
Esu indo eda adi projects idalezibati MCC dia di celebrata ongoba odinai kaki dia area amederega.
So we thought now, but today we'll be celebrating the projects that would have been finished, and then the new two would start from where we started.
Ki mori akosi amama idelekpe.
So we're not able to do that because we didn't have
now. The community ojo ayole na itaban na community ni decision ayole reform na dite ama team dini constitution reform because MCC ni ebi dejowa MCC ekola kosutawa.
And so if the community agrees for the reforms for MCC to work, MCA must be resourceful.
Jobazia asko majori gatebe ametoledi amayado kiarusi bazi egwedi.
So as I said, we had teams members that became inactive.
Community ni ebude nyesu la kaseteko. Okay, majo always madu team ga ma meeting ga. Majo aini ba de banye bi de aini lady bonziro bangadi.
So in this community work, you're not remunerated or you're not compensated for what you do, but the work that you do are for the children of God.
Kesu kwenye kosai opikanyo kwera.
Even if you're not being paid, God will pay you.
So nai male attitude badi kwiti kalu nani.
I would like our attitude to be just like that.
Asko zonani ko jo ba besa manye mudia nyanga ni nya sita nyele nya sigari nyideo ba ito banda ko.
So if you come in with different objectives, we may not be able to go ahead.
Mani kodi ma inya adoraya but ma aduga ama team ni we have not agreed on anything yet, but na idea nyidi magako.
All right. Now we have somebody waiting, and I'll limit it to Paul now. I'll finish it there. If you've got questions for him, you're gonna have to write it down, and we'll hand it over to the chairperson. But that will be the last person that will take questions from. We have two people actually right there.
First of all, I'd like to give thanks to you, the MCC's chairman. The question that I'm going to ask is about initiating the MCC to be as a charitable organization. Do you think if MCC changed to be a charitable organization may not need professionals? That's one. And again, it may need the constitutional aims and objectives to be very clear, to create some projects where when you are dealing with the projects, definitely we need professionals. Otherwise, that charitable organization is going to be dormant. And the second thing is, if this MCCA can be for our country, like South Sudan, going to work in South Sudan, either in Eastern Equatoria as a general, I think the name has to be changed a bit. Otherwise, the Madi people will be targeted because our people back home, their target is Madi people, which may not be all right. If the name can be just abbreviated, change a bit, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, maybe now get Paul to ask these questions you answer together.
Okay.
And while we do that, you may get ready, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Madi, you are not a question. Ma on the saying of Silva that this postponement of the election has to take place. And we know very well today we are continuing to be here and getting home is difficult is because there are people extending their positions. We have written a constitution, and the chair or the president has said clearly they were elected to reform the constitution. And for sure, the constitution was written in a rush. That's why it has been registered as an association. But for the whole Australia to be participating, it needs to be something which can work here as the objective said, it could help in our country. But this cannot be done by an association which is registered in the state only. That's why you can get only treasurer here in Queensland, not in any place elsewhere. So the emphasis I would say should happen is do this election, and the team that will come has to reform the constitution. And for sure, the time when it was registered, the idea of charitable organization came. But a charitable organization should have board of directors. And this board of directors are registered with ASIO in Australia, so that it can be planted in Uganda, it could be in South Sudan, it could be anywhere. So members will be contributing to fund it, or even projects will be written to be funded. So that is where it will see your vision through to improve it. So this is my addition. Yeah.
Okay. Anzo amba taban ado ranyidinya kelenai ani onjiko because itaindeni tabaki zo adiade marini dutu.
Thanks, Elder Taban. The idea you gave is not wrong, and what we're speaking is for the whole Madi community.
Madi laloni adwa a ojoni okpokpo a raketo. Jo ranani chui onjisai laki koviani.
Each one of you is empowered to give your opinion, and those ideas or the opinions will be selectively looked into and assessed.
So tanya jole nai jojo ado tabanama vore idea charity ditole lori amasiko ki amide research nara amesu bazi madialo ka charity manage.
And so the idea hasn't started with us, and we did our research. We found out somehow one person can still manage a charity organization.
Ebe dia mandeni zomadialo ka charity manage wa dia ba anyito si.
And so if one person can manage charity organization, then how many are we?
So nadia konga badi jojo le mariki foro, it needs action. Otherwise, aditarizu kinyatidu aderizo kumwandaganani.
And if we need Madi to change, we need to act on things. Otherwise,
so ranyidinya kelena ani onjiko ani choi bado ado research leader midera amavuta de ejire lakiagana.
And so your thoughts are great, and the research that we've done, we've got the information before we came here.
Paul Nile, ado you're part of you're the main founder of Johnny. You know, you've been there right from day one. And bang booze bate to kavolega de amai de ameva mesu de anyirira anyile foundation nara de amadi amadu anyidi anyedele nai amala midi andaga ani relay indaraka ani is a relay.
And so
this kefe koke arini iko du kofe lakini anyingwi voleko anyi vandaga.
For Uncle Paul, I would say you were one of the pioneers, and you've done great before we came in. And so before we came in, there were people before us that gave the token to us, and now we've got it, and we'll hand it over to other people.
So ranyi na unjiko malema disi ma rani madikola kumwandaga ini besi malao.
So your thoughts are not bad.
They are basic.
In my own thinking, Madi should go forward.
Letina bako vodore. And
now the way we will be going, how are we going to do this?
And that's why I'm able idea charity net so now and then I let Tikaba Yandagare. And like the ladies Yesumbina you're welcome to give your ideas, because at the end this community belongs to all of us. We want it to work for us.
And so the idea we have is what we think would work for the community. Yeah. And if you've got other ideas, you're more than welcome to give, and we'll try to see if it works.
That's why I'm adugadia ke subaki discuss ara ama ke choices so ama lebaki discuss future
MCCA D, lake ki decide, the MCCA call ceremonial organization, call a charity, or kusa call as an incorporated organization. So options nana. Jomario jo ayole MCCA call ado ceremonial organization. Onjiko jojoki ayole call charity, onjiko jojoki call incorporated diani, konga diama ba nyito, call I decide.
And so there are three options that he read out. Either we keep the organization as ceremonial, or charity, or incorporated as it is. This is to be decided by the community, and when we decide that, whichever way that is, we'll move forward with it. Okay, I think I would probably ask you for the last remark, and then I know. Okay. All right, we'll give a minute for Ivan.
Thank you. Manila Ziko, Mala just Mado ta irresilient.
Thank you. For me, it's not a question, but I have a remark on what has been said.
Atijare MCCA ni temani de Madi Australia gareni.
MCCA is specifically for Madi in Australia.
So Runo Mure Choreko.
The name will not change
unless we decide MCCA Koya outside Australia, then we can incorporate that.
Unless there is intention for MCCA to work outside of Australia, it may need to be incorporated.
MCCA ni register as an association, Queensland Gary.
So number 2, MCCA has been registered as an association in Queensland.
Joinindani MCCA kolea kidebu rere warani te Queensland Gary.
So for it to work, it has to be in Queensland.
Onko ba communities badi madidi ziti ojo MCCA ni madindutu Australia Gary diku te Queensland.
So there is objections to that in a way that some community members don't think it's for the whole community in Australia.
Onko nani partly justifiable because legally MCCA ni registered Queensland and it attended Queensland within the jurisdictions Queensland diga.
And so partly we could say they are right or they're correct because the registration jurisdictions in Queensland, and you could say that it only is working in Queensland.
Key objective ni oloka clear say MCCA ni Martin to Australia Gariga Association nationwide do register pe Australia Gariga. That's why Paul T register ki MCCA ni Queensland Guardian House because it is an association.
So the reason that was registered as an association is because you cannot register national association that works in all states and territories, which is why Queensland was chosen to be the pioneering state.
So MCCA ni that is one of the limitations. It is something that we need call a suokobi dinanvolewa. Dinadi anvoa wane either adi association they register as a charity organization or an independent nationwide organization kori jonyele funding rasa call ni there were te Queensland Guardian, and that is very challenging. That is so limiting.
So that's a challenge that MCCA has, and it has to be overcome. Now, to do that, if we need funding, that funding can not only be achieved in Queensland, but it has to be nationwide. So that is something that we need to look forward to.
So let it as a teacher ra charity di mula kanyause joy register charity do koba adi cities gameti path diga sawa South Australia diga sawa, ACT diga sawa, Tasmania diga sawa, but ovi diado MCCA buide joresi ke buide kwa citizi ware te Queensland ni gameti gasa. So that is not good enough. Jo ole community badi di komba anda padi kesu anda city wa kideta wa. We need to move out of that. Jo kore anidia kasidiane dini adi city ta sa chidusi jo ole convention adi city ta bagase. Ole conference adi city ta bagase. That will be a choice we need to make as well. Kizo lo mbabani padi adi projects siwa charity ran kaba po dia bola tadia nza. Baini agadia Madi unitanza. Onko Madi ke guide office borogadia nza. So razi Madi ziko jua Madi ka charity organization ni iran peledi and not right. Ari tadi dewa badia anza tanikaranai onko badia anza e budini ride kanai. Ari tini ba zigasi onko adi be konye doa.
Okay. And so now this challenge of funding can only be resolved if we're able to get funding across the states and territories. And the only way to do that is we become a charity. And the challenge that we may not have the skillful people to run it is not justifiable because we know that we have people that are actually able to do this. We have people that can assist in running this organization.
But the challenge ni call it that is a different question to be answered a different day. Kori aditari dewa, as long as we have the interest, migeni razi bani kole anzare ronde andagari ni adi bani community mbaingoni ai city liri uzika bagasi ai anyesa city ni kolo taziti ni kolo taziti dineri ni ko taziti dineri ni community ziti ka grandsi aki city sudua onka ke okuni sa ka grandsi but ya do youth ni sai agoni sai kita lele dia di dekpe of the MCCA ni bijodi si so ole okarata dieru aka ujembo okutabani pa liria do gako jole liri eke moro diane deni ansada but o ya be konyerenza ndagako kabani tiria jiliri city more gabani bani digasi. So that is a big challenge.
Okay. Just to summarize that, we need to commit. If we want to achieve greater things, we need to commit to things. I agree to you all.
Manisio jamani mimi majogoro tise. Yala. Na anda challenge kalamane re. Jangi siku ni mara anguna soni onirama jogoro tuko. Lakini ama majo pai ko lagi majo wa.
I would like to return thanks to you for today. There's not much I would say today. If there's anything, will happen tomorrow. I just want to return thanks to the people that assisted for the day that we came together for today. You've put effort into it. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have happened. Putting hands together and working alongside each other is a good thing. And for that, we can grow. Tomorrow we start at 12.
Obo iti ekonya malera bagase.
Again, tomorrow we need help from people.
Karavola kanai komen alu bakoro.
The place that we're going to church needs to be arranged.
Anyeba Brisbane gare maye ide sito 9 o'clock coming up below baranga kolo.
The request is for us to come to the hall by 9 o'clock to arrange the chairs.
Yala ru adu ayatagale to ninja piwa nyebe ada koroniaga obotu ebu owa.
As you exit, if you could please remove your tags, your name tags, and leave it in the box at the front. We'll reuse them tomorrow.
General. Gazi zani yo kenda wana jolera nane aita borado lerora karedi akalwe kende sujorani. Soma I basi pito koni aga basi pede ana se vacuum ni ga ole toilet aga na are so anzo kwase anzo